What's the dealer? We back in the building. I'm gonna go ahead and put the finishing touches on this Mad Max saga. Yeah, had one more in the old chamber for you. I know you probably thought it was over, but yeah, got some heavy work to drop on y'all, man. But I want to do a little overview, kind of like look, check, go over a few more things with this joint. That I want to highlight on. I want to beat y'all over here with it. 'Cause like I said, I still want to do that. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I still want to do that mashup. Well, not Matt, but the show that do the little cross references between She's All That or Mad Max, and I leave niggas along with that. But that's a little project that I want to. Yeah, get there. All right, boom. This out the way. All right. So yeah. Now I know some Well, I'm gonna say, let me start first and foremost. Let me give a shout out to all the ancestors and those who made the transition. Give a thug nigga Memorial Day shout out for the, you know what I'm saying. I don't want to go in and might do a little something else while I can really just give a roll call, but I don't want to do that right now because I'm trying to knock this segment out. I know if I get to doing that, all kind of shit get to coming up. So I think I'll do that I think I want to do a little something where I, have a little fun, do a video where I kind of like freestyle and just talk about different shit. And get a little outside of, well, it's never really outside of the spiritual realm of things, but just, chop it up on the. But I get that thug, like I said, get that Memorial Day shout out to all the ancestors, all the gods and goddesses on the other side of the curtain or the other realm or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, man, we're gonna want to go over a few more things that I caught in the Mad Max joint, man. Now that next day, I really supposed to did this video right here the next day after I dropped the last one. It was that Saturday. I supposed to do that Sunday. Here it is, 4 or 5 months later. I don't know, man. Y'all have to excuse me, but things happen for a reason, I guess. Or you make them work. But I was supposed to been there. But that next morning, I'm gonna show you something miraculous happened. So just to put it up for lack of a better phrase, but which I'll get into later. But we're gonna take it from the top and then mosey on that way. Now, one thing I did notice about this movie, though, I guess you can say this is one of the, or I don't say guess, but this is one of the commonalities between the two movies, which I've not really spoke on, but I stated it again. The whole concept of these two movies have it's basically about some type of confrontation. Women having a confrontation with misogynism. Because like I said, I never read the Pygmalion or whatever, but when I got a brief little summary of it, and that was like one of the main themes of it. Some dealing with misogynism and all that, or whatever, male chauvinism. But which you can see in the movie or whatever if you're not too caught up in the. A lot of times, a lot of people is caught up. A lot of shit I'll be breaking down and seeing, or people, or conscious people who can see and look into the movie and shit. A lot of shit that we catch, the average person is really won't. A lot of people don't want to put two and two together, whatever. Well, in this movie you can, because they're kind of like it's more. I say that more so with the she's all that. I think that the you because it's like it's you caught up in the comedy and antics and stuff whatever, but you might miss or at least miss and not necessarily miss it. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Not necessarily miss the whole conflict between, or I guess you could say the battle of the sexes, or this misogynistic, or this element of the movie where there's some type of misogynistic element that's on the protagonist side of things or whatever. But I guess as far as the Mad Max, you would say that all the action-packed stuff would probably kind of make a person miss the emphasis being put on the whole concept of that conflict or whatever. But I think it's a little bit more subtle in the she's all that joint. But anyway, so that was like one of the things. Now, where should I'll start there. To take it, I guess I segue on into another underlying motif you can really check out when you or see if you pay attention. Well, this is a little more subtle, but the movie, because you look at it, and you went and look at the ladies in the movie as witches or whatever. But when you look at one of the phenomenons in history or whatever that the movie resembles to me is the witch hunt thing or whatever. And even if you look at because each one of the ladies, it's like they represent different versions of the feminine energy or whatever. Like Zoe is like she represents the warrior aspect of the feminine within the movie. That's why she was always so willing to grab the guns, and it's like, even though the whole concept of their whole even though the whole and of course actually what's my girl name? I'm tripping. Impresario or something like that. She's the thing of figure too. But they got her as the head of the pack or whatever. But within the you got her, and then you got the more peaceful aspect of the lady she's helping or whatever. She's doing her own thing, but she's helping them within the process or whatever. But their whole thing is peace and not killing. But her thing is, even though she's within that group, Zoe that is, she's still on some she still knows you have to have a balance. So it's like, we're about peace, but you can't be afraid to do what you got to do to maintain that peace or whatever. So but you got all these different elements. But if you look at like you see, I think Toast or Zoe with the head wrap on, like in the Mary type fashion or whatever. They holding the lamp and shit, the Vistal Virgin thing, you see towards like the uh, when they make it to when they pass the green place whatever and they make it to the land of the many mothers and or whatnot. You know, that part where they holding the lamp and all that. That's like a throwback or to the whole Vestal Virgins thing or whatever. Joan of Arc type shit. You know what I'm saying? But and then, but see when you catch the wish like the not the one who fell out the car, but the other chick who had the blue eyes or whatever. If you really pay attention to her, she has like a gothic type of witchy type of look. If you look at her, especially like towards the I think what part that was. It's like towards the end or something like that. I have to go back over there when I do the comparison. I ain't gonna knock your head off that shit. I'm gonna try to make that like a little 2-hour thing. Just you know what I'm saying. Just to, I don't want to just overdo this shit, but I do want to talk about them in a cross-reference type of manner. As well as, and that'll be more so with me showing you the creation process within when I do that video. When I talk about them both in the same joint, that'll be more so of I'll get to show you more so of the creation process within She's All That, because I didn't really do that when I done that video. So but if you look at her like towards like the end, cause it was one scene or whatever, where she looks like kind of like she got like a little wicked, not a, I guess you could say a wicked look, but like a, you know, like an otherworldly type of look to her. But this movie, one of the things, I think elements they incorporated into the whole gist of it was a witch hunt type of thing. See, let's look at the scene where when they finally find out that Furiosa, excuse me, I don't want to say it, but sorry, Furiosa, I'm tripping. When they find out that Furiosa had finally made was booking it, what did Slick scream out? He started screaming out, "Faggot! Faggot!" Now, that word right there, see, that's another thing I just speak on too, like word association or whatever. See, that word is so many words. Is faggot basically means tree or tree trunk or whatever, or trunk or twig or twigs or whatever, tree bark or whatnot. So first and foremost, see, and this is not that I know how people feel about that word. So let me first say this: that's not no disrespect. But you can't be sensitive to the point where you can't even discuss, because that's how this shit done got to these days. You talking or you speaking on or what I see as far as people speaking on public forums or whatever platforms, YouTube and all that shit, and mainstream media and all that shit is just sensitive. It's too sensitive. See, you first and foremost, the word. Let me break down the word faggot and how it became derogatory. And it's not necessary. Who was that? I think it was Booker T. Coleman, who was breaking down how they used to. I think I don't know where it was at, Rome or something like that, but that was their thing out there. So I don't know. Somewhere in history, we said geographical location. I mean, basically somewhere in history, I remember him saying they was burning gay dudes at the stake in history back in the game or whatever. So when you burn somebody at the stake, you burn them on wood or tie them to a tree and set them on fire or whatever, or burn them, tying them to a wet bark of a tree or a faggot. Now I'm not being disrespectful or whatever, or trying to. I don't even call that some. You know, that's neither here nor there. But anyway, so this may very well be the origin of that term, but that wouldn't be. That probably was like the last group of people who were referred to with that word. I guess that's what I'm trying to say, because other people got burnt at the stake too. Christians, you had Christians who was burnt at the stake. You had, well, but the Christians, when you hear about that though, like when you hear about Christians being fed to the lions and all that shit, what they was talking about was, let me clear that up. They was talking about dudes like me and people who was speaking the real Christ talk that was contradicting their version, which they were trying to use for world domination. So they'll tell you, you hear about Christians being burnt at the stake and fed to the lions in the Roman days, or whatever, but they're not talking about. They'll have you thinking that it actually happened, but they'll have you, but it's like they were role reversal. They got you thinking that there was them and they overcame something, and now we're reigning, and that was our it was them organized, or the Catholic Church and all that shit, the organized religion aspect, killing the people who actually was talking the real deal. Where they got their shit from, they just remixed it or whatever. But nonetheless, so what I'm saying is that word could stick. Now I'm gonna bring it back to the movie, but so what I'm saying is, even though we associate that word with homosexuality, and I don't, well, I'll go ahead and say what I was finna say. I don't even call like that. Like if I don't see a gay person saying, "Look at this, he's a faggot." That's just sounds. For one, it kind of sounds antiquated. It don't sound right, and that shit don't sound. See me, and that's why I said it all makes sense. Look how I'm gonna show you how it all come back around. That's some shit you call somebody just to disrespect them. Like you know what I'm saying. I wouldn't calling a gay dude gay. Doesn't do that. It's like for what? That's what he is. That's some shit you call it when you hot or you ready. But if I actually see a gay dude, I don't even talk like, yeah, man, he that's a faggot. It's like I don't even. I'm saying you gotta get out of your feelings fucking with me, because I'm not. You can't. I'm not using the word disrespectfully, but I'm trying to paint trying to get a point across to you. So me saying that in a derogatory way toward the actual gay person. Or that ain't even my bag or whatever. That's me. See you, when a nigga do some real fucked up type of shit or something. The nigga know you out of line and cross the line. That's when you do that. Step on the nigga toe or something, piss him off or whatever. But as far as referring to actual gay people with that word, it's like it don't. For one, like I say, just even on some social shit that shit sound kind of too dated. And I say you can't use dated shit. I still use old school lingo. You know what I'm saying? I might tell niggas, my Vines. I got some fly Vines on. You talking about clothes, but it's just, I don't know something about that word. It just don't. I never. Anyway, but before that word was necessarily associated with just homosexuality, that probably was a word where when somebody said that, it called somebody a faggot. They basically was telling them, he needs to be burnt or she needs to be burnt at the stake. That's why when the movie come on, or when they finally see she's burning off, he say faggot. And he's saying she's crossed them with treason and should be burned at the stake. That's why he's calling them faggots, because he's saying they need to be burnt at the stake or whatever. Not on the, see how he's saying it, but if you look at the movie, you would say, well, why is he saying that? It's out of who's he calling that? Or why? What does that have to do with anything? The word faggot. He just said it out of the blue. That's what he was. That's what the movie. It wasn't. It didn't have nothing to do with sexuality or nothing like. He was calling them faggots based off of seeing them as committing treason or going against their rule of him and the Morton Joe boys or whatever. So he was looking at it like they should be burned at the stake. So he was calling them faggots or calling them twigs or tree bark or things that you get tied to when they burn you at the stake or whatever, the tree shit or whatever. So, which brought my mind back to the Salem witch hunt and all the witch hunt shit in the past. And really, when you hear about the witch hunts, the witch hunts and whatever, like the Salem witch hunt and all that shit, how they was hunting women and killing witches or whatever. First and foremost, witches are just, when you think, that's why I go back to word association. When you hear the word witch, you automatically associate it with something negative or evil or bad. When in all actuality, witch is just a woman who knows magic or whatever. But hold up. Yeah. But like I was saying, a witch is just a woman. Now it can go either way. You could have people use shit in a fucked up way, and people use it in a good way, or magic in a good way, or whatever. But the term witch was basically used as like a blanket. It's really more blankets. See, in the Wizard of Oz, they give you both aspects of it. You have the Glendale, the good witch, then you have the Wicked Witch of the West or whatever, or whatnot. Which is basically the light side and the dark side of Isis or whatever. The double sister of Osiris or whatever. But you're supposed to be in the middle, have a balance of this shit, and know how to balance the energies or whatnot, as opposed to just being, I'm just a dark side person. You gotta have both. You have to be of the light and the dark. You can't just be the dark side guy and everything is just dark side. It's like, motherfucker, this shit is about light as well. So it's like, it's a balance, masculine, feminine, light, dark. How you gonna look at it? But when you, that's why that movie, that's a good movie right there, because at least to show you that, as opposed to just, because when you hear witch, you just automatically associate it with evil or whatever, or bad or whatnot. So when he's saying the word, that's what caught made my ears perk up, because I'm like, where is that coming from? And I started putting two and two together. I said, oh, okay, I see what's going on now. So that word, it may very well have been a time where that word wasn't necessarily exclusive to exclusively referred to homosexual people. It may have been a time where that word was a short way of saying or calling somebody or basically suggesting that somebody should be burnt at the stake or whatever. So when he said that's what he was referring to, which is why I look at it like the whole witch hunt thing. Which this whole shit is, like I said, you could take it outside of just being within the microcosm of the witch hunt of Salem, and witch hunts that we've heard about in history and all that shit or whatever. The whole, our whole culture and way of life, as far as spirituality, became a witch hunt. Or the witch hunt became niggas who were still into their original spirituality. The stuff that we was into, or the way of life or culture that we was into prior to the domination of these foreign elements, or Europeans, Caucasians, whatever you want to call them, and then co-conspirators or whatever, however you want to put that. When you look at that's basically, now it's different because the tides is turning, so the real is back, so to speak. So you see more people are more are able to express alternative or practice, partake of spiritual practices that are alternative to mainstream religion or whatever, which is one of the main key elements that they use to suppress our spiritual power or spiritual prowess or whatever, through generation after generation after generation of brainwashing and forcing people to adapt to a particular whatever religion it would, whether it be Islam, Judaism, Christianity, adapting to a religion that is basically a shell of what it was actually based off of. So it's like a building with nothing inside of it. It's the inner keys. You taught the you're not taught the inner keys of Christianity and Islam and Judaism. What you get on the mainstream level or church or on the top scale, on the surface level, is just what's what I'm looking for. That's just the that's just the trying to find the best way to put it. That you're not getting they basically giving you this doctrine, but they're not giving you the meaning of the doctrine. They're keeping you on a face value level as far as how you interpret the information or whatever. When in our actuality, it's hidden messages within those religions, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, man. So and basically turned the people just like they did Hypatia. Anthony Broad, and I think it's Nile Valley Contribution to Civilization. He speak about I'm lying. I think he speak about her in that too, but in Secret Teachers of All Ages, Manly P. Hall speaks about Hypatia. Hypatia was a high priestess, basically, in so many words. A mathematician, like a prodigy or something like that, a multi-genius. And she was dropping the real. See, she was the thing. Matter of fact, I got the book right here. Yeah, because she came through after I did that. That last Mad Max joint. Revisited this right here. Let me see what I can find. Yeah, she basically was in Egypt or whatever. This was more so of this pretty much was like after we had failed. So it was like the Ptolemy era, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, you had people still was still dealing with our science. From this point in history, like this was like the transition It was like that lad. You still had a little a residual of the original culture and spiritual teachings being dropped. Right before it started to fade out, and due to the Caucasian conquest or whatever. Where is this thing? But Hypatia. Somewhere in this damn book. I thought it was towards this part here. Let me see. It should be right here somewhere. Yeah, there you go, right there. Yeah, now I don't know. She may very well have been a black woman. I don't know. Like in this book, she's depicted as white or whatever. But this is a painting, so you can't really. As soon as so far you can go off of that shit. Especially dealing with you get to dealing with these people bad. But yeah, she was a witch hunt victim in so many words. But it was not like, oh, we're chasing the witches. Nah, but let me read this. Well, has it been said of Hypatia that she was the brightest star in the whole constellation of Neoplatonism and the most touching figure in the Alexandrian epoch of philosophy. See, she was in there around the time of after Alexander had conquered and shit and named the city in Alexandria or whatever in Egypt. Elvis Levi writes of Hypatia that her virtues would have taken her to the baptismal font, but she died a martyr for liberty of conscience. When they attempted to drag her there. Hypatia was one of those few thinkers who cannot help accurately estimating the comparative values of both thoughts and things. Her clarity of perception wrought her undoing, for she lived in a generation which had no concept of the simplicity of truth. The world fears a mind which thinks more rapidly and more accurately than its own. Such an intellect destroys in self-protection. It destroys in self-protection. Hence, to think is to be persecuted by the thoughtless. To have vision is to be hated by the visionless. To be wise is to be reviled by fools. For thousands of years, men have labored under the delusion that truth could be destroyed by murdering those who sought to give it to the world. But the sublime verities of philosophies are beyond the reach of morality, and in every age are reborn in the heroes who rise up and carry them forward. Thought, the Neoplatonic school, has disappeared as an institution. Nevertheless, it continues to live as a spirit and now dominates the very forces which once sought to destroy it. The surest method of perpetuating an idea is to make a martyr of its first promulgator. For in the heart of man there is something which the very forces, something which recognize and respects the courage and conviction of those who die for principle. Many of the world's greatest religions and philosophies would have long since ceased to exist had their founders not met with a tragic end. Though only the most meager information is now available regarding her life and teachings, Hypatia stands out upon the pages of history as having endured one of the most cruel and revolting deaths to which any martyr was ever subject. Yeah, I think they say they scraped her skin off with seashells and shit. All because she was out there trying to teach motherfuckers and drop signs. The time is up for that though. See, her and Tupac pretty much died for the same reasons. I know that might sound like apples and oranges, but put the two and two together. But that's just an example of a witch, what the witch hunt was. Because this may seem like an isolated incident from the. I'm gonna have to go get more into it. Like I said, I don't want to sit here and y'all thinking I just read up on the witch hunts and shit. I remember hearing about them or learning about them, if I'm mistaken, in school growing up. And then you see the movies and all that old shit. Um, but that's just one example of a ruling force trying to smother out elements of the truth that would contradict and cause some type of disruption or dis-ease within their rule or whatever, or contrast with what they're trying to do with the minds of the people at their or their subjects at that time or whatever. So which when you go back to Mad Max Fury Road, that very well play a part in that as well, because you got or more Joe trying to do things his way, which is violating the women, so they trying to get the fuck home or hot tell it or whatever. So by them being in a disagreement or whatever, it turned into a quote unquote witch hunt, because they're on the run, they on the lam. The women, the magical women, who they which is what they represent within the movie, running from this dragon of drought, this emblem of lack, so to speak, or whatever. So yeah, yeah, man, old hot patient. Like I said, this shit here, well, I bumped into this. I think it was that next day, after I did, or around that time, whatever. I don't know, lie, but yeah, man, that's an example of. See, even I'll show you the picture of her. What is it? There's the depiction of her. I don't know if this is how she actually looked. You never know. Like I said, she could have been white, but she could have very well been black. But that's her right here. And if you notice, she kind of got that same head wrap that the girls are wearing in the movie. But that's her with a lean right here. They showing you the picture of the mob or whatever. That's what they see. The mob is the people. They turn the people against you. And so, just like our way of life or whatever, they made it an unpopular, spooky, and unpopular, scary, and to the point of where even your own people, when you start speaking about something other than just the Bible or something like that, your own people start looking at you crazy, and they turn against you or start look even and these ain't even motherfuckers that's, we ain't even talking about you people that's in the this holy sanctified they goddamn self. These need to be some of the most cutthroat motherfuckers ever, but still, he know that shit. I don't fuck with him. He with that shit. But like you ain't like you going to church every Sunday and putting something in the damn plate or something, but just the people in general. Well, he's on that old black magic shit or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? So the people turn against you. You become they'll basically create a society where you become a social pariah if you exhibit signs of being of the ancient way of doing things or whatever, or understanding true spirituality or whatever, as opposed to that false cooked up doctrines that they've been pumping. you'll become a social pariah. Don't fuck with him. He burns sage and shit. And that nigga got monkey bones in his backyard now and some shit. You know how these niggas is, man. You know, don't fuck that boy, man. That boy you doing the witch doctor. Yeah. So yeah, man. I thought that was interesting too. Like I say, when he started screaming the word faggot, I was like, man, it seemed out of place. So when shit like that happens, when some niggas do some shit in a movie and it's out of place, I'm like, okay, hold up, what's going on here? There's something there. And I started putting two and two together. I said, oh, okay, I get it, because I knew I knew the real. That one. I put this goddamn put this motherfucking laptop on this goddamn dictionary and look there at the motherfucker and say, yeah, I can use that. I ain't gonna be using that dictionary. I guess I was wrong about that. I want to read the actual definition of that word. Because like I'm saying, go back to what I was saying about the word association. I gotta do a whole other video on that alone. I be trying not to. I don't want to get off course and shit. But let me grab that. Put this there. Should I slide this over? Lift it up and say it. All right, let's see what we're working with. Yeah, I want to read that junk. Yeah. We have a tendency of hogging shit. Well, not we, but society. Like the rainbow. You can't make that. You can't take some spiritual shit and then just try to keep it and impress it into the minds of the people in a manner in which, when they see it, the only thing they think of is homosexuality. That's folly. You know, I don't. Your sexual preference is your sexual preference, but I just don't think that's. I don't think that's. I hate to sound preschooly about it, but I don't think that's fair. Just to be honest with you, that ain't fair for you to take the chocolate colors and try to make it, and basically it made it to the point to where if somebody see you wearing a rainbow or associated with a rainbow, they'll make think you gay or something. And this is some spiritual shit, so it's like, come on, man. But I said that in regards to the word, because if you say the word, not even in regards to somebody or calling somebody, we just got to the point to where you can't even say shit, even if you saying it in a context that's not derogatory or aimed at anybody. We done got so pussified as a society and all sensitive and shit. You can't say shit around this motherfucker. These niggas don't even want to say murder no more. I'm looking at shit and these niggas is like, unalive. And I'm like, man, cut that bullshit out. It all refers to the same act or same fucking. These niggas, I don't know, bro. That's why I don't. If that's what you got to do to get the money on YouTube, I don't know. I have to just find me another way, man. I like just speaking. All this. Well, I gotta monetize and so let me not say murder or what else? There's some other shit. Not just that. Man, there's all kind of shit these niggas be. I'll be listening to this shit. I'll be like, damn, you can't say that no more. Why not? Like, I'm trying to think. These niggas get out of control with this shit out here, with this internet shit. That money, I'm telling you, that monetization got them boys. Niggas don't want to curse, can't curse. These boys scared to curse. I'm like, damn, they won't monetize me. Like, man, that shit's starting to sound too much like control. Straight up. keep my shit regular then. Fuck it. I'll find a way to make me some bread around it, bitch. You know, fuck you too. Because I was just, it's just based off the way I was introduced to this shit. When I was first got out of jail and started listening to this shit, it was raw. It's like now this shit is, you know, I understand certain shit. You know, we want to be mindful of when we say it, and we do want to be considerate of you know. I understand, you know, trigger warnings and shit like that, because you know, and things like that. But we don't want to get too goddamn crazy with this shit. You know, like, yo, he was unalived. Like somebody don't know that means he was killed or died. That's the big one. I'm trying to think of some other shit, but that's the one I be like, man, these niggas wilding. Anyway, let me find this damn word. Or maybe I need to give me another channel. Keep just have me one more raw shit, something after dark or something, and then have me some shit where I talk about regular old shit. You know, just music. Well, it ain't really nothing left with the girls and shit, but shit, man. This town needs an animal. Shit, this shit crazy, man. Y'all niggas, you niggas wild. Okay, let me get up there. All right, let me read this shit so you can understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying, man. All right. Okay, okay. We got both in here, so we to be fair about it. So we don't want to make it like that. But they got both. So faggot, a male homosexual. Now, if a man is a male homosexual, and that's what the word means, if you do call him one, what's the problem? It's describing what he is. Okay. But this is where, like I say, I think this is where the sting of it came into it. So where the point to where, like I said, that word may very well preceded, they probably didn't, that word probably, well, let me just read this definition. The next one. It's the second one. Faggot. A bundle of twigs, sticks, or branches bound together. That's one. Then you got this one: a bundle of pieces of iron or steel to be welded or hammered into bars to collect or bind into a faggot bundle to decorate with faggoting. So to bind to a tree, twigs, sticks, branches, trees and shit or whatever. Which still comes back around to niggas. Not gay, but niggas period. Because that's another one of our things. The men of the oak trees, or the tree men. The tree you got, that's a part of our thing. So that may very well have been some shit that white folks came up with to before the whole, because like I say, they were into that in Rome and Greece and all that shit. So there may have been, but don't get me wrong, that's not saying all white men are gay or all white women are gay, or I'm not saying that. Whether it be, I think back then it may have been more so of a thing than it is now. That's why I say when I describe their history, I don't want to make it seem like that means, because you got some, like I say, you probably got white, you got white guys and shit out here right now. They may be white, but they don't like men or whatever. I'm not gonna blanket them like that, but it was just a considerable amount of them in the history, or partook of that. And so originally, before they were calling gay people faggots. They could have been calling us faggots. If so many words to say, oh, those are the tree, the men of the oak trees, or the men of the trees, or the wizards. What the wizards carry? Sticks, wands, and shit. So that could have been them saying. That could have been their way of making faggot and being burnt at a stake synonymous. If you see what I'm saying, so it's like, oh, so I'm just, I guess you could say, now I don't want to say reaching, but I'm just giving you I'm not saying I read this nowhere or it's fact. I'm just saying it may very well be it could be the case. Because like I said, when you start dealing with the druids and stuff, that's what they would call it, men of the oak trees, or they would refer to as trees, the wood, the wooden ones and all that. So that could very well be terminology that comes from an era where not just women and witches, but just wizards and people of that magical cloth were being targeted and burnt at the stake or whatever. If you follow what I'm saying. So I thought that was very interesting. Now I gotta show y'all some other ill shit. I guess that shout out to Esther Rose, man. Because you seen it for your own self if you watch the other three installments of this series. But yeah, because like I said, she came through that next day tough. Like, man. Hell, that shit blowing my mind. All that shit I was talking about with Good Times and James Amos and Tommy McHale-Ford and all that shit was just, that was like all within that was like new shit. I didn't even plan on that even being a part of the video or whatever. All that shit was just like coming, like Tony Todd dying and shit, making a transition. That shit was litty. That shit was litty. Oh, y'all. So let me make sure I keep that. The polecat. All right, yeah. Mm-hmm. Make sure I don't forget. That's the only thing I don't like about it. I should have done this shit. I would have done it the next day. Well, I pretty much remembered everything I wanted to do, but I got my notes, but it was something about that scene. Anyway, but so now there's another scene. Okay, yeah, that was back. Oh, let me go back to the faggot thing or whatever. Yeah, all that shit gonna see. Cause like, now look at this. You got the hag. Now when you're a hag, cause I spoke about the hag in the last Man Makes thing or whatever. The hag is more. It's like you don't necessarily have to become a hag when you get old. But when you're looking at it within the negative sense of the word, when you think of hag, you think it'll put you under the impression that old automatically implies ugly or getting older. But that's when you hear the word hag, that's like the old hag. It's like really, from my take on it, a hag is basically the old women who grow old and nasty or mean or whatever, as opposed with like the Wicked Witch of the West. And then you have older women who age gracefully or whatever. Now, if you look at the word hag and you blanket it as just magical woman, period, then they both would be. But if you look at it hag in the sense of the wicked version of it, whatever, so in lack of a better for lack of a better term, then, but every woman doesn't have to necessarily grow into being a hag. Some people don't even. I think that's the reason why um, some people age more gracefully than others because those because the things that make a person, because even when they tell you about anger, what they tell you about anger, it ain't good to be angry at somebody too long or get too upset or whatever because that anger that you have for them is fucking you up in the inside too, right? So whatever makes a person bitter or angry or some type or whatever elements within a person that makes them the type of individual that other people look at and say that person's this or mean or that or that or that. That shit is fucking them up too. So I think that, and not even just that, fucked up traits, just shit like stress or hard times or whatever, or I'll give you an example. Well, let me not get off the subject. But I think that the first and foremost, when you tap into the heart chakra and you know how to access your inner child and heal the inner child, or go on a mission of healing the inner child, I think that that also has a effect on how you age as well. Because you tap it into when they say the fountain of youth, that is the fountain of youth, the Kundalini energy. That's why when they say black don't crack, it's like, okay, you can say that, but I can't show you some people where black did crack or black people did age. Then I can tell you motherfuckers that's 70 and 80 that still look 40 and shit. You know what I'm saying? So you'll be like, well, what's the difference between this? Is the people that's aging, does that automatically mean they're bad people? It's like, no. It could be nasty traits within them. That could be one part of it, but another part of it, or it could be just life. Just go look at the movie Crooklyn. Excellent work. Which is weird because look at that dude. That's why I say the way this shit coming together be wild, bro. Look at that dude, the Puerto Rican guy. Now he gonna say the word faggot, but he gonna be using it in a mundane, basic form of college or somebody. But look at that goddamn dude in that movie, and then look at Slick on Mad Max. Them motherfuckers look alike. This is some wild shit. I couldn't make this shit up if I tried. This is some wild shit, bro. But look at that fool, and then look at Slick. Look at that fool from Crooklyn, and then look at that fool from Mad Max. Fuck me up. But anyway, look at that movie. Look at Delroy Lindo and Alfred Woodard. That Alfred Woodard, yeah. Two good, beautiful family, really. Ghetto and shit, but that's bigger shit. Beautiful family. Beautiful relationship. Only problem they had was what? They didn't start having trouble with each other until they came to what? That fucking money. Bills. That's why when they get into the big old brawl and the whole family like, they spaz out. All that shit stem from what? Money arguments or whatever. Which is a part of the breakdown. Our your room. See, that's why it's that's what the inner child thing is about. If you're able to, in the midst of having to do grown up shit, be able to tap into some part of you where you can be kid. That's if you had a carefree, worry free, or more so, because some people had trauma in their kid younger days as well too. So like it's really a struggle for them. Um, uh, it'll be it's a whole other case for somebody who really went through a whole lot of fucked up shit in their childhood, or harder to tap into their inner child, uh, or whatnot. But uh, I think when you tap into that part of you and you don't buy into everybody gets older or whatever, you years pass or whatever. But the more you buy into it, the more you be the more you buy into it. So it's like uh, if you think you're supposed to start wrinkling up and I'm an old man now and I'm getting older. Like niggas is you got niggas like 40 and shit talking about I'm old. That ain't old, 30 and shit. Yeah. Youngsters like, oh, that's old, he 30. That's you're an old school. It's like, man, that's because you niggas you think like see white people age, and that's the big thing with us. What you gonna learn about this when this shit is finished. You're looking at life through. You've been trained to look at life. The general public has been trained to look at life through look at life the way white people look at life or whatever, because they've been dominating since they've been dominating the world and basically controlling this shit in the manner in which they see shit should go. Then you're gonna see things the way they see shit because this is what they're teaching you. So when you born, you go to school, get educated, they're programming you to see shit in a manner in which they want you to see shit through their lenses or whatever. Through their lenses. So but they age. So to a white person, 50 may be old. You know, I'm an old man now. And it may very well be for them because they age a little quicker than us. But 50 for a black man, that's not necessarily old. Then you think about back then, talking about when niggas lived to be, you still got people living 130 and whatever, 110 and shit like that. But maybe the whole reason why we age so fast and die so early is because you buy into the shit. We probably come from a time where we lived longer, looked younger longer, and aged slow or whatever. But when they took over, 50 became old. When we was coming back when we ran the world, when she was more, when we looked at the world through our own vision, 50 wasn't as old as it may be now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you start thinking in dog years or whatever because you buy into and when you buy into it, when they convince the mind of it, when you telling yourself, oh man, I'm too old for this, I'm too old for that, I'm too old for who now, and shit like that. When you start buying into that mentality, that's when you end up going on, it end up happening to you or whatever. That's why you got some dudes, like I say, you got some niggas that's 50, but like they on their way out the door. And you got some niggas that's 65 and 70, still looking 50 or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all about the mind. The mind is all the universe is mental. But when you go back to what I was saying about Delroy and Lindo and them, that's where a lot of the problem be lying it with us. Trying to make ends meet and shit. Those are the things that when you grow up and have to start dealing with, provide yourself with food, clothing, shelter, taking care of the kids. this, that, and third. These the processes you have to go through in these modern times are so can be challenging to the point where it brings that type of stress on the family to the point where it can be too. Like I said, when you look at the movie, like a good mother and a good father doing what they can, but the problem comes in when they start having money trouble or whatever. He feel like he trying to get it this way. She like, oh, she feel like how she feeling about it. But other than that, that would just be. But though I use that as an example because that same the reason that they're having conflict within the movie, it's the same reason why we do age earlier or have a lot of dysfunctions or whatever because of the stresses of everyday living or whatever. Or just trying to make sure, you keeping some shit around, keeping you some bread in your pocket and shit or whatever. And of course, you got other elements of the world and shit, other problems or whatever. But yeah, so I thought that was an ill movie, man. Something else in there I want to make note of. It'll come back to me. I need probably have to watch it again. But yeah, man. Yeah, boy, I don't know. It's something about that movie there, man. Make your booty shine. Shawty was on there tripping. What she said, psych your mind, make your booty shine, or some shit like that. That shit that was funny, man. But yeah, man, that was a hell of a movie right there, man. That goddamn Crooked, man. So yeah, but yeah, but yeah, I think that's the difference between and like I say, people just and of course the diet too. I think a lot of the foods you eat shit make motherfuckers age quicker and things like that. I remember Bobby once was like, he was talking about how you didn't see but he was talking about in regards to living long. Bobby wasn't, this knowledge shit, but he was like, the phrase you heard was foolish is the long lived or something like that. But then he was like, if you look at that's why when you look at the pyramids, you didn't see no old. When you look at the hieroglyphs, you didn't really see no old people. That may very well be true, but I think more so. I think it very well could possibly be the fact that maybe we didn't age like that. Like maybe, and I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying this is how it was, but we come from a totally different. We are the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Our life was flipped. When you look at where we came from and where we are now, life got flipped, turned upside down around this motherfucker. You will see what I'm saying when I end this shit, like I said. But we may very well have been. We probably because we do regenerate. Our cells do regenerate. That's why you really can pretty much heal yourself. Now you without fucking doctors and shit, but you just gotta believe. If you don't believe, or not even believe, know the truth, which is your body regenerates. Well, you should know that just by you get a cut and the shit will heal or whatever. When it heals, everything about you heals like that. If you know what you're doing, though, you have to first and foremost find out the source of whatever the problem is, and then stop doing that. Because whatever's going on with you is due to something you put in your body, or you doing something to your body, or whatever, or inhaling something, or whatever the fuck. So either that thing has to be stopped completely, or you have to learn how to do that shit to the point where do it without going to a point of excess with it, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because we automatically think if you just got to straight up stop, you got to stop doing. You can't do that no more. Smoking cigarettes is bad. It's like, yeah, but you can do the shit in a way to where it won't be fatal to you or fucked up or whatever. Well, this pet tobacco, especially like something like tobacco, first and foremost, we always smoke tobacco before. That ain't just no other white man trying to kill you thing. It's like, no, tobacco, you got a guard called Earthmaker dealing with the tobacco and shit. It's just that we didn't have all the chemicals in our shit or whatever. It was you just smoking natural tobacco or whatever. But see, and that's how they'll keep you from your ancient traditions. See, your ancient tradition is smoking tobacco. The Indian, the Native American chief, peace pipes and all that shit. White man come along, takes that, put his twist on it, fucking put it in a manner where, create it in a manner where to fuck you up, and then present it to you like that and say, okay, hey, here's tobacco, but A, B, C, and D side effects, whatever. And then you start thinking smoking tobacco altogether is fucked up. When the whole while you already, the smoking of tobacco itself is not fucked up. It's the version he spent and gave to you or whatever. Which that's how it is with a lot of this shit. A lot of shit you be thinking is they'll give you a fucked up version of it, but so you be thinking the whole concept of it is bad altogether. It's like, nah, you just like drugs. It ain't necessarily sometimes it's the person. You may do the shit and fall off the face of the planet. This nigga over here might be doing this shit and functioning and whatever, and know how to do whatever he do. So it's like, but you would think the whole concept of that shit altogether is fucked up, whatever. So you got the original version, then the white man, Caucasian, come along, fuck that up, and he had you thinking that the whole aspect of smoking tobacco is bad, when really it's the shit that he put in it or whatever. But even that shit is not fatal. You just, and if you smoking 20 packs a day, of course you gonna feel the wrath of some shit. But if you know how to control yourself or whatever, that's pretty much whatever you do. Man, like I said, it's certain shit that just hard hitters. I always use the drug heroin, like I say. But even that, I heard a nigga earlier, just about an hour or two ago, on some shit on YouTube. He was talking about, he was saying shit. He was saying how, this was some shit, he was saying how in the 50s, they was using heroin. But he was like, yeah, see, we were like, he said we were like our mamas and daddies, our ancestors. They was drinking and going out and fighting, cutting each other with knives and hitting each other in the head with axes and shit. He said they used to do heroin and just relax. That was his comparison. He was like, at least he was like, we would do our thing and we'll get lost in ourselves. As opposed to the alcohol drinkers, our ancestors, they'll get drunk and go killing each other and woo. And I'm like, damn, ain't that a bitch? But I would fuck with no heroin though. I guess you could say that's like us with the weed. That's what we say about weed. You know, niggas smoke some weed, nigga ain't trying to do nothing but chill, just like drink, which is a derivative of heroin. And then you sip all. 9 times out of 10, he ain't finna go do no wild shit. We finna go sip this shit and sit down, hope the phone rings, some bread, you know, or somebody knock on the door, a nigga trapping out his house, or was doing whatever in those days. I'm talking about the purple day. I ain't fucked around. That shit's so high now, but I'm just saying, you know, I'm just showing how players, what we did on it out here before it became this worldwide phenomenon shit. You know, we sip that shit, chill, might be at the club or something, whatever. I personally like being at high. So you sitting there blowing, grinding or whatever you doing. So I kind of understood what the dude was saying. That shit just had them boys looking. That shit I couldn't do it. That shit too addictive. I don't, especially that needles and shit. Yeah, I couldn't do it. Fuck that. I ain't gonna be able to do it. No goddamn heroin, you know. I say the closest I came to shit is the codeine or whatever. And like I say, that's some shit that ain't bad to do every now and then. Don't let these niggas fool you. I wouldn't lie to you. Now I ain't saying get addicted. That's the danger though. I can tell you don't get addicted, but you know, seeing it is one thing, but ultimately speaking, the type of sleep that you or the type of sleep you can really meditate on that shit. If you really know what you're doing, you can. That's probably why they raise the price on that shit for shutting that shit down. Cause you really can meditate on that shit if you know what you're doing. Cause it ain't like people think you just drink this shit. Nah, you be like in between the alpha and beta state or some shit. You be doing. You can do some shit on that shit, man. Really, if you ain't, if you on that now, you just a nigga sip a drink. You just a nigga sip a drink. But you a nigga like me, you know some shit. You can really, you really tap into some shit. I ain't promoting drug use. So I don't want niggas saying I'm the one that get on that shit. Oh, Sam told me to sip drink and I'm strung out. No, I'm just being honest. But yeah, so that had you thinking the tobacco all together is fucked up or fuck you up. But really, it's just their version of it. Just like a whole lot of this shit out here. We doing. It's a perverted version of shit. So with shit we do now that might be, we like, oh man, that shit'll fuck you up. And it's like, no, not really. It's just the way that they giving it to you that'll fuck you up. So yeah. All right, where we gonna go next? This is another thing I want to show y'all too. That was interesting. Man, what motherfucking chapter is that? Let's see, I think it was right here. Who's the goddamn chapter was that? Give me 1 second. Alright, pause that joint. I ain't want to keep y'all waiting while I was trying to find this shit. But yeah, but before I jump into this next part, I just, like I was saying, about that whole, it was funny because you got hag, then you got fag, and you got rag. We'll get to the rag part in a minute. But I just, a lot of them words rhyme kind of stuck out to me. Oh yeah, that too. That part on when I was joking about it with my boy, with my boy Big Mo and shit in the last one. But when the OG with one of the many mothers getting to it with the I think she ran up on Erectus. And she was like, big boy. She called him a big boy. What she really was saying to him was, you're just a boy, a big boy. No disrespect to, Outcast, shit, the big boy. I got a partner named Big Boy too, but in this incident right here, this is what she was trying to say to them, which is really what the white man is, a big boy. We're the mothers and fathers of civilization. These are like our children. But when you compare the way they run the planet compared to how we ran the planet or how we think, they have the mentality of a big child. So it's like then like the children took over the house or some shit or something like that. Because once you really start studying true culture and comparing it to how they've been functioning, you will see it is they have a real immature way of dealing with, like I say, just even within these two movies, Mad Max and She's All That, just the whole them not being in tune with nature or whatever, or running this planet in a manner that's in contrast to nature or whatever. Killing all the animals and shit out, creating endangered species and all this old type of shit, killing niggas off, the systematic killing of niggas and indigenous people or whatever. It's testimony to their conflict with nature. They really just started. Now them as a whole. Now when I say that, I'm speaking about more so the people in quote unquote power or whatever, or who was running the world around, running around this motherfucker, whatever you want to call it. They really just started snapping and waking up to the whole to the fact that they fucking up nature. Like they really started waking up to that shit in the 90s. That's when like the new age thing started. Like I say, it ain't all white folks. Look at what let me see what TV show that is. Cause you do have your types like this right here, like your boy. If you go watch Last Man Standing, I think the oldest daughter, the daughter with the baby, her baby daddy is like an example of a new ager or a white person who would be considered conscious or whatever, or who would view things or view the government the way conscious black people view the government or whatever, or close to their version of it or whatever. That guy. Well, that's the bit. Well, I guess that's one of the best versions they can give you on primetime television or whatever. But and you got different. Like I said, I've watched a few television shows where you have those elements in there. Like I think that shit called How I Met Your Mother or something like that. One of them, I think it was an episode of that where one of the characters' mother came to visit them, and she was like conscious or whatever. They had some new age type shit going on with her. But yeah, when they started talking about saving trees and recycling and all that, that was like they're kind of like trying to play catch up or snap into the fact that yeah, a lot of the shit y'all doing is fucking the environment up. Hence, Laney speaking about the whole pollution of the water shit and She's All That. But yeah, when you really, because you retrain to look at them as this big bad wolf taking shit over, bullying shit, which they've done more than their fair share of hogging and all that shit. But it's time for niggas to wake up and realize that you're something way more major than them and that mentality. And even some of y'all who think that you know that, or think that you want it like that. A lot of y'all still have that, have a lot of subconscious programming that you may not be aware of. That's why Max in the movie, that's why he had the file in the back. He was unlocking the files in the subconscious mind, because that's the key. The damage, the way that they attack you, their most effective form of attack is on your subconscious mind via movies and shit, and in media, period. Mainstream media, but your subconscious mind. That's why you see him with the file in the beginning. He file in the back. He's tapping into the files. He got the file in his hand. The files is your medulla oblongata, your Akashic records, right here in the medulla oblongata. So that's where your detailed files are. So he's filing the back. The file, he's back there scrambling. He's reordering his subconscious mind so he can take off the mask and speak. You know what I'm saying? Well, he don't in the movie. That ain't what. That would be because he don't. When you look at the movies, the dialogue, it's real sparse. The movie is mostly action for the most part, but that's what that represents. The opening of the mouth ceremony. The opening of the mouth ceremony was performed with bi-metal, with soul metal or whatever. But he had the metal taking the. He had to take the back of he had to file the mask from the back so he could take the mask off. But the file, when he was filing the mask, that was representing him in them detailed files or whatever, reordering his mind. Once you do that, then you can speak truth to power or whatever. That was a reference to. But a lot of there has to be a lot of reordering of the subconscious mind, because that's where the programming lies at. You've been programmed to look at him as and his laws and ways of life as the standard, when all actuality when in all actuality you taught him everything he knows or whatever, or black people taught them, they get everything they know from us, in the grand scheme of things or whatever. We are the forerunners of the planet. They just had a relatively speaking, a brief run with the ball or whatever. But this is the era where you're supposed to wake up and snap out of the spell that was put on you, and start to challenging a lot of the things that you may think is normal or right or wrong or whatever, that was filtered to you through his understanding or their understanding of things, because as we see now, a lot of that shit is inaccurate and not conducive to the true way of life of not just black people period, but black people who are the really the original examples of civilization or whatever. We are the source of that. So we just got knocked over the head and forgot, and then in the midst of us being asleep or going through this in between phase in between being rulers of the world and coming back into our power, but being fucked up in between that in between spot, a lot of shit got reversed. A lot of our thinking was pushed backwards or whatever. So it's gonna be a lot of shit you gotta unlearn and relearn, because you would talk wrong on one hand, purposely talk wrong, and then haphazardly picked up a lot of bullshit that ain't 100 or whatever. we gonna get into some shit, man. Trust and believe that. Um, yeah. So she was saying he was just a big boy or whatever. Um, yeah. Yeah, well, we get in there like so. Go here. Took the mask off. Yeah, the subconscious programming. Yeah, that's what that was when he was dealing with that file in the back of his head with that mask. That was the opening of the mouth. Okay. Now this is another thing you got to peep that was wild. Well, I caught on to that one scene where you see the war boy clipping the toenail. What's the goddamn dude name? The nigga with the metal nose. When they're going back, well, that's the scene where they all exhibiting the whole resting Buddha thing, or because when Max them were on their way back towards the Citadel, Max them going back towards the Citadel represents the sun being created right here and headed back towards the center point, where the let me get my thing, y'all. Gotta get the whistle on out of them boy. That's where, see, all this energy down here represents, this is the underworld. When all that, this is all this energy here, when all that light up, when the light up here and in the flanks represents moving energy or whatever. And everything down here is the ooze or the melanin that form into the dirt, minerals, and all that shit of the earth. But once all that light goes up here, and this dome, this turns to the moon, or this becomes the moon or the ice on top of the surface of the earth in the dome shape. And all the energy goes up here and out of the flanks. Well, because the most of it, when this freezes and the whole earth is froze, everything is at rest. And especially down here at the bottom, this is when everything is at rest. But this represents the sleeping Buddha, or the land of Nod, or rest, or whatever. Or because everything down here comes into, while all this light right here, now this is still active. All this down here is petrified and still, or at rest, or whatever. So when you see Morton Joe, when Max them finna come back, and then they show you the scene with Morton Joe them down asleep, where everybody's sleeping, Morton Joe doing the Native American chant. They represent the resting energy down here. So boy, hold up. But yeah, anyway, so that represented them, or them being asleep represented them being the underworld deities, I guess you call it, or the representing them being in the underworld or in that area, them sleeping or whatever, represented the energy, the basically the nature of the energy in the underworld, which is one of rest or whatever, or fixation or lack of movement or whatever. But him, the toenail being clipped off, symbolized the dome of the earth, i.e. the moon. When the earth got blew off the sun and set off into orbit, the moon right here, that's the toenail or the fingernail or whatever. He was clipping the toenail off, and the boy was clipping the toenail off of the dude or whatever, the metal nose dude, which because Max was coming back down to collide with them or battle with them. The hit right here, and then the energy reverse, and it starts to turn into a suction. This the black hole within the sun, or that the sun was sitting in, when it's hit right here, it didn't fall and drop all the way down. It stuck right here, and the earth started to pull up. And each one of these went through the sun until it eventually, this point was right here on the top, and it popped off. And when it popped off the sun to go into its orbit, that frozen block of ice, which was the moon, popped off the top and went into its orbit. So that represents the toenail being clipped off by the war boy in the scene where Max was on their way back down, represented the moon popping off the top of the earth or whatever. Now I'm gonna give you another example of that, or another reference to that in this Secret Teachings of All Ages. I'll read it. Is that Bernie? Oh no, Henry Stephen. In A World of Wonders, was the book published in 1607, mentions a monk of Saint Anthony who declared that while in Jerusalem, the patriarch of that city had showed him not only one of the ribs of the Word made flesh and some rays from the star of Bethlehem, but also the snout of a seraph, a fingernail of a cherub, the horns of Moses, and the casket containing the breath of Christ. To a people believing implicitly in a seraph sufficiently tangible to have its proboscis preserved, proboscis preserved, the more profound issue of Judaistic philosophy must necessarily be incomprehensible. Nor is it difficult to imagine the reaction taking place in the mind of some ancient sages to hear that a cherub, which, according to St. Augustine, signifies the evangelist, according to Philo-Judaism, the outermost circumference of the entire heavens, and according to several of the church fathers, the wisdom of God has sprouted fingernails. The hopeless confusion of divine principles with allegorical figures created to represent them to the limited faculties of the uninitiated has resulted in the most atrocious misconceptions of spiritual truth. So basically what he's saying was these stories, just like I was telling you about the Bible, I was trying to say about organized religion earlier. They give you these allegorical stories, these metaphorical stories, but they give them to you as if they was literal. Therefore, you can't decipher the metaphor and get the key, get the gem out of the stories or whatever, unless you got the hidden keys or whatever. But the fingernail, when they speak about the fingernail, this is what they're talking about. You want to say the snout of an angel or seraph. The snout, that's the nose. Or you can look at it this way. Ganesha node, the elephant, which is another thing that that the earth refers to, the snout or whatever. The casket, the breath of Christ, would be this right here, the tomb. The horns would be the mountains on each side or whatever, or the pyramids. When we say the horns of Moses, that would be the horns, and then the fingernail, snout, the horns, yeah, the breath, yeah. So yeah, that's what that is right there. That's what that is speaking of. What's when he's talking about the and as you know, I was telling y'all, like, this is the real. The real is when everything came up out of here. Like this would be Adam, this would be Eve. But when the energy started to interact, when this went up, and all this light, that you had the light that went straight up the middle, and the light that poured over onto the flanks or whatever. The water that was what's the word I'm looking for? Precipitating from out of the melanin and rising, that eventually became the moon. It's actually the rib. The moon is actually the rib coming out of that side right there. That's what that is right there. So yeah, man. Now, with that being said, now we gotta get into the. I gotta. Being that we are the mothers and fathers of civilization, I have to get on some real fatherly shit right now. Right now, get back to it. So, this is the part of the segment where it's going to get a little bit. Let's just say your foundation is about to be shaken. This is a doozy. Alright. Alright. Now, clutch your pearls, please. This is gonna blow your head back. Yeah. Somebody gotta do it. Alright. Now, see how to start this off. This is that's still relevant. Now when you get the movie, you look at it going towards when they in the land of the many mothers, or when they on their way there when it's dark. It's gonna be a scene where you're gonna see the sack or the gun or the bag that they had the guns in. It was red. It was a red sack. Now you got the feminine energy, all the women. You got this red sack. And like I said, I don't know if I mentioned this in the other video, but Max asked Furiosa why was she doing what she was doing, and she said redemption, and then the camera scene shifts to the woman with the red hair or whatever. They were trying to show you something. You had that red sack on the ground. You had her saying redemption, which starts with R-E-D, red, and then they shift the camera to the lady with the red hair. Redemption. the red sac. This is the earth or the human body. How you want to look at it. This would be the root chakra right here. The red chakra, the red sac. If you take that and reverse it and put the sac in the front and the red in the back, that's sac red or sacred, the sacred womb, the sacred period blood or menstrual cycle blood or whatever. Right? Okay. The red sac. This is vital. So we're going to go into this, talk about puberty and or whatnot. Now they said Jesus went to hell to get the key right. Well, I got the key. Well, first and foremost, Christ, Jesus, or whatever, however you want to put it, the sun. When the sun comes from, when all these lights go up and formulate into the sun, and the sun comes back down, boom, he goes to hell by, because you got two versions. Hell, Helios, means the sun. So hell is the sun itself on one hand, but then you got the other part of what we identify hell as below us or underground or underworld, which would be this right here. When you say damn somebody to hell, what is a dam? Isn't a dam a body of water with walls on the side of it, whatever? Like this right here, the dam. When the sun reaches right here, it's fixated right here, and then the earth starts to pull up over it, all the way until each one, that's the whole Lilith thing. See, that's where they got Lilith fucked up there. We hear about Lilith, they say, well, Lilith she eats children. This is Lilith, the darkness, the bottom, or whatever, all this, including this, but the middle. But when they talk about the babies, they're not talking about literally eating babies. That the Lilith eating the baby shit comes from when the sun comes right here and the earth starts to move up. Each one of these little baby balls or baby chakras or small balls of light, this would be the big ball, the mother. This would be the little ones, the kids or the babies. So when I say she's eating the children, there's another aspect of it where you hear about well, that's another story, but each one of these is devoured or eaten or goes through here as this whole ship or earth is pushing up with the sun staying fixated right here. Each one of these represents a kid going through here being eaten or being swallowed by right here by this, or pass through this point and shooting off into its orbit or whatever. It's a little closer or whatever. With the last chakra being the first one, so that means that each one when this one shoots, when the earth shifts up and pushes this through there and it comes out, it shoots out and stops right here. And then the one after that shoots out, passes through that one, and then comes right here and stop. Then the one after that one passes through both of those and stop right here, and et cetera, all the way until the red one shoots way out here. When Jesus, when you got 7 spears, a chakra, with 2 elements of it, a light and a dark. So that makes 7 times 2, that's 14. So when this hits here and all this goes up, the last one, that's the Rambo shit, Rambo. The sun comes out, rams the bow, and then this rises up to right here, and then when the Earth finally pops off the top to go into its orbit, uh, uh, that last chakra will cause all of this. If that last chakra exploding or whatever, going through the center, will cause all this, which is this is the Earth again, all this to fill up with red and shoot out the top and finish the formation of the physical aspect of everything, the mother blood. So to shoot out the top while it's under its orbit, once this point right here reaches here, then it comes off. All of that, the mother blood from that red sac will shoot up out here, splash on the surfaces or whatever. The root chakra will be the hell. Once that point pops off of the top of the sun, the key is right here. You got the sun, then you got the key or the ray shooting straight through that middle or through that keyhole, through the hole of the moon, and shooting straight through all those. So when they say Jesus went to hell to get the key, he actually went here, or the sun came right here, then the earth shifted up, and hell, or the lowest chakra, eventually meets right here, and then shoots off the top or whatever, and that's how. That's what the period. That is the what the menstrual cycle is reenacted. Or the menstrual cycle is a rendition of what the Earth went through in the creation process of the universe or whatever. So now that's the key on one hand, but I got a key to something else. Now this is where we get kind of shaky. I don't want to say shaky, but it's, yeah, let's just get into it. Now well, I'll tell you the story. I'll give it to you how it came to me. I said between like, when I got out of jail or whatever, got back into the swing of things, started mingling and shit, doing my macking thing or whatever, meeting different women and shit, blah, 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 blah. It was this one recurrent thing that just I kept bumping into with women. It was like, every other woman I was meeting, we'd be talking and chopping up, and then they would always have a story about them being touched or molested as a kid or whatever. Or touched by their uncle or some shit like that or whatever. So, it happened one time, the chick I met, it didn't happen again. Then it seemed like every other girl I would meet, one of these stories would come up. Now me, I'm about solutions. Now for one, each time one of these women are telling me this shit, it's some disheartening, heartbreaking type shit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, damn. I'm listening to all these stories and shit, and I'm like, eventually I go on the solution. So I'm like, where in the fuck? I said, my mom like, where is this shit coming from? Because it's, this shit is rampant. You hear about shit with celebrities and all this shit, but then you have the regular everyday people that's dealing with this shit in the world. So I'm listening to all these stories, and I'm like, where in the fuck is all this shit coming from? And then I had a conversation with one chick who she was like, man, my son. She said she had her son kept humping one of his relatives, one of his female relatives or whatever, another child or whatever. So you have so this was a so you have two different aspects of it. You have like grown men and shit or whatever who are older men or whatever touching little girls and shit. But then you have the other element of it where it's kids touching other kids or whatever. So, but she was asking me that she was like she didn't know what to do. I didn't necessarily know what to tell at the time. I'm not sure. I can't even remember what I told her. But if anything, I probably told her. I didn't really know what to say, but all I can say is I know it has something to do with puberty, like going through that phase. Can bring about that behavior with it. Just like while I was growing up, playing hide go get it and hide and seek and all that old shit, or whatever. So now I'm like, okay, what's because like I said, we the type that that's just like even before I even got locked up. Me and my homeboy, we used to just sit up in the crib, man, and read, and then be like trying to figure out strategies to help black people get out of our plight and all this shit. So I always had a solution based type mentality. So once a problem steady coming my way like that, that's when the spirit kicked in. I'm steady getting these reports from these different women. So that's when I go into doctor mode, or I'm like, okay, well, what the fuck is going on? I said, okay, this stuff keeps coming to me like this. There's something here. So first thing come to my mind is the origin of this sexual nature. This is the way to put it or whatever. So I'm like, why is this? Where is this shit coming from? And I got the answer in the form of this. And it was crazy because Aaliyah was coming through heavy around that time. And when I got the last situation I had where I was saying where the woman was telling me about her son or whatever, that as well as when I got the answer, all that shit happened around the Aaliyah birthday, like back in like 2017 January, around that time when if I had been had this book, this right here, the ultimate go-to ancient Egypt light of the world. I had already had the book, but I don't think I had read it from front to back yet. I was just like cherry picking different parts or whatever. But I had already had it for about a year or two or something like that. Probably about a year or two. So I hadn't read everything in it. So when I asked that question, like, man, what the fuck is going on with this shit? Like, cause it's a problem. So I'm like, damn, where is this shit coming from? And so you know what, a little bit after that, I bumped into this right here. What I'm gonna read to y'all in a minute, and that's when I had the revelation. And seeing where we really fucked up at in regards to sexuality and why. So first and foremost, before I get into this, let me say this much. What you have to understand about what I'm going to tell you. First and foremost, we live in a society where, well, let's just give a brief gloss over the history or whatever this shit. You had two groups of black people. One wanted to create white people or whatever to rule over the others, right? So they went, did that, created the white man, trained them as trained them as war slaves or whatever. Came back, because they was kicked out for having that idea. They came back with the war soldiers, conquered North Egypt and all that, whatever. but then eventually the white war slaves overthrew, like it's basically like the Frankenstein shit. They overthrew the the invaders used the white war slaves to conquer that other element that they said they was gonna come and conquer, and then the white war slaves end up overthrowing their creators and taking over all the shit or whatever. Fast forward to us, we end up in America under the rulership of people who come from a culturalist background. They got everything they learned from the Moors had to go back up into the caves and raise them up and teach them how to live a civilized life or be as civilized as they could possibly be within their circumstances or whatever. So eventually they end up running the planet or whatever. So you have us here in America. Now we're under the rule of some people who, for one, took our original culture. Not just a case of them not having a knowledge of who we are and the way we live or whatever, but so many words, they stop you from living your original culture. It really had no intentions on so many words. They're trying to keep you from as further removed from your original way of life as possible, because that's part of the way, one of the ways that they rule over you or whatever. So we're over here and we're under their rules, and we're under the rule of people who, outside of us teaching them, have pretty much no concept of culture. You look at them and when they were in, the background they come from. So when you look at the caveman and the culture they live in the caves, it was equally, it was more so of a cold, harsh, disparity to food, but have them in a more of a barbaric state when it came to or a savage state, I should say, in regards to surviving or whatever. That's why you will see depictions of them. With the food thing, like I said, by being such a scarcity of food, it put them in it developed a dog eat dog type of consciousness within them. That's why they had no qualms with doing all the foul shit they did to us, or have qualms about doing any foul shit in commission of their survival of their race or whatever. When you start getting into the whole pseudo white supremacy thing and all that. So here we are in America under the rulership where people who make rules that are not conducive to your original way of life, and not even just your original way, your natural way of life. When we speak within the context of what I'm about to get into. Let me see what we got. All right. So anyway, let me just get to it now. Now I'm saying all that to say this. The problem that we're having, the root of it, and I'm not saying it's the only reason, because it's all type of psychological and biological ramifications when it comes to this type of shit. But the root, the most serious problem that we have in regards to sex in modern times is the fact that we have no formal, proper introduction or initiation ceremony uh, or no preparatory rites in regards to sex for our youth. For one, we don't even know the proper time when it's the or when it's the, when it's time to allow kids to start or teens or whatever to start mating or whatever. Because my era, we like you don't hear it too much now. When I was growing up, all you heard was wait till you get married or uh, wait till you turn 18 and this, that, and the third. When all that type of thinking, believe it or not, growing up, like people from my generation, or whatever, or just people in general, when you look at that, you be like, oh, that's the right thing, or that's the safe way to go. When in all actuality, that is not the well, I don't want to get confused nobody, so let me just stick to that is actually more of a detriment than the right way. See, this is how it goes. How civilization really is supposed to work. First and foremost, when a person goes through puberty, well, we just use the women for example. All people but women because they have the menstrual issue. So when this is why our ancestors and when we was living in our original way of life, we didn't have these type of problems, pedophilia and all this old shit. It's because we knew how to. We had a rites of passage that you went through that initiated you into that into a life of sex or whatever. That was a part. See, we don't have. See, we come from a civilization where you were taught to be a man and you were taught to be a woman and you were taught what came with that, including the concept, including sex and all that. We don't have that. You get with sex. I'll show you how far removed we are from that. Not only do we not have that, when you look at TV shows, like I said, at least in my generation, I don't know what television. I don't really. I need to get back into watching TV shows and shit, but I haven't really been watching no television, for at least new television shows. But when we was coming up, you would watch TV shows, and when it came time for it'd be a television show about a family or whatever. And when it came, when the children of that show would come of age or reach middle school or puberty level or whatever, and they would say, well, it's time to give them the birds and the bees talk. Now, by us living under this European system, for lack of a better way of putting it, well, let me just say this: when you look at how having that talk with your kids was presented to us via television shows. So go back to Mad Max. When the girl was talking about the shows being projected, or how everybody had a show in the old world and all that, when it was talking about the TV shows, and the Good Time thing came up, but that's relevant because TV shows, you can learn a lot about society just by viewing TV, because TV is a reflection of the society or whatever, and the reflection of what was reflected in regards to how America deals with preparing their kids for sexual encounters or whatever. All we got was when you go to school, you get the sex ed shit. They teach you the basics. Okay, that's not enough. That's just one thing. They just teach you penis, vagina, sperm, egg, wear condoms, be safe. Yeah, but it's a whole psychological. It's a whole psychological aspect that has to be taught when it comes to that. We so far gone that this shit would this shit that I'm saying or about to say it's gonna sound like Moon Man talk or some shit. But in all actuality, our original way of life, this used to be the real true way that society functioned or whatever in regards to sex or whatever. But when you look at the TV shows, they would always, the mother and the father would always be like, nah, always start shifting the responsibility. So it'd be like, you gonna have to talk with her? The mother be like, no, you gotta talk. No, you gotta talk. It'd be like that, you know what I'm saying? Which, to me, reflects, is a reflection of society as a whole in America when it comes to that topic, because it's not supposed to be like that when you compare it to how it was back when things were being done the proper way. It wasn't a shying away or a because this is some serious shit that you finna see in a minute. But it wasn't no shying away. We were far from that. It was more so of we had that wasn't a problem, because when it came time for the adolescents to go through puberty or whatever, and go and learn how to basically have sex in a responsible manner, we had institutions in place to teach that. But the difference is, you actually went through the experience, and as opposed to today. See, today we just running around willy nilly. Girl go through puberty or whatever. 9 times out of 10, a mama gonna tell her, you better keep your little thing in your pants and hold wait till you get married, or wait, when really that's dangerous, because you crazy as it may sound, because the average person don't want their teenage child having sex or whatever these days, in modern times or whatever, or they shy away, just like I was telling you about the TV shows. They don't even want to have the talk. When you get to, eventually in the television shows or whatever, they eventually have a talk. Usually be the father go sit where, the birds and the bees and the blah blah, which is a fluff version of it. You have this is a situation. This is the type of shit you deal with matter of factly, as opposed to all that fluff with the birds and the bees, and when the way they would give it to you on TV. But see, with us, what we understood was what you call, I'm gonna give you an example. What you call puberty, and Kemet, you have a deity of sex called Bass or Bastet. That she represented sexual prowess and sexual energy, basically, or sex. So in so many words, she actually represented sexual energy. So when you go through puberty, that's the activation of the sexual energy. That's when the bastet within the child, or the key, or the teenager, whatever, that's when it comes online. That's when it activates. see, we talk about like it's like a possession. Okay, you see when you think of possession, you think of uh, the Exorcist. Some shit inside. Motherfucker head spinning. And so when you think of possession, that's you think of the extreme version of it. Because what is possession? Possession is when a spirit uh, basically takes over the body of the host or whatever, or for whatever amount of time or whatnot. Um, so this sexual energy, or what we would consider Bastet, the cat deity, uh, it's the same thing. It's just you not. It's not. It's not this extreme version of it where you well, where she you get to having sex the right way. You will see that shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's an entity. It's a deity. That's how we describe deity. So we would say, the amount of times you'd be like, okay, my daughter's going through puberty. In those times, that would be like, okay, Bastet has now taken residence or has woken up within the child. So we must check that energy, because that energy is just that. It is raw sexual energy. Like I said, you know that shit. You don't go watch some good old porn or just you have your own sex. You know it's some monstrous shit because you start making monster faces. That's why they call it bumping uglies. So when puberty kicking in, and really a little bit before puberty, because which the book hits on that shit too. Because even when I was getting into this, I'm like, okay, when the puberty kick in, so the sexual Bastet energy would kick in. When puberty starts, but even before that, you know, when you and I guess it depends on what you're exposed to, but we all know about how when you 6 and 7 and running around playing hide and go get it and humping around and all that old shit. But even that though, because even this a part in this book where they speaking about one culture or one people in one part of the world where when the girl turned 7, they hid her. Now we don't have that's extreme. We're not saying you have to do that now, but I'm gonna translate that. Where they say when she turned 7, they hid her. Or I wish I can find it. I'll bring it up in one of the, if I can't find it right now, but so I can be more particular with it. But they said they hid her, so it's really actually could kick in at 7, but not actually supposed to be acted on. But that, like I said, the 7-year-old shit probably. Well, like I said, they mentioned that in this book. But I was going to say, as far as us in modern times, it could come from just natural attraction, but even though they kids still have a natural attraction, I guess, to each other, girlfriend and boyfriend, whatever, kindergarten and all that shit. Or they could have somehow slipped up and saw it on TV or something, and now they imitate it or whatever, or they might activate it or whatever. But what I would say, as far as the 7-year-old, I think, because I was saying this in my mind, then I saw it, because I was like, damn, I was like, man, I said, well, shit. I said, okay, that's puberty. I said, but damn, we was humping and playing house and shit at 7 and 8. So I was like, and then I thought about that, and then after I thought about that is when I bumped into the part where they talk about the dude or the culture where they would hide the girl, or that might be a little bit extreme, but in so many words, my translation of that is, when they get around 6 and 7, that's when you really want to start monitoring what they partake of or what they see, or try to, you know how when you watching a movie, cover the eyes and all that shit. But I think we got to take it a little bit more. You might have to be a little bit more vigilant, or that's when you should start being vigilant, or maybe even at least not teach them about sex at that age, but tell them, hey, don't let nobody touch you there. You don't touch nobody there, and at least tell them that at 7, because when they get to 14, that's when they actually supposed to initiate into the actual act of it, because you have to. That is a part of the checking of that energy, because that bath, that energy is raw energy. So when that raw, now, if you live in a society that's not checking that raw energy and it's just pent up and built up, in ancient times, when that time came, it was like, oh, okay, mama on my period, okay, well, it's time to take them to whoever, because that's another thing too. We're not a communal society. In those times, we were more communal. So this was, you had actually institutions said, it wasn't like you couldn't just, we got a problem, we got a real serious problem. But the thing about it is, part of the solution to the problem, part of the solution to the problem, what's the way I can put it? It's like it's a serious problem, but at the same time can't be remedied in a hurry, because it can set off an imbalance. Just the best way to put it. You'll see what I'm saying as this shit unfolds. But so, and that makes all the sense in the world. I hope it does, but at this point of what I'm telling you, which sounds better? First and foremost, let me preface this, because this pertains to what I just said about the problem and the solution thing. I'm not saying what I'm going to say for motherfuckers to jump up tomorrow or next week and say, all right, this is the knowledge. I'm making the knowledge manifest through the wisdom that I'm speaking. Then you have to have the understanding of real pure, especially dealing with some shit like this. You have to have a real understanding of before you can actually start trying to I guess fix the problem via this knowledge or whatever. This is just the knowledge phase. I'm saying this, I'm speaking to the collective, hoping that the information that you first and foremost use this information that I'm giving you in a righteous manner. But at one point in time, we had a community or whatever. So there was no sexual problem, because we trained when you got of age to where it was time for you start having hormones started really, really jumping or whatever, you were trained in a proper way of having sex or whatever at a young age, because we are more advanced. See, now all that how we live now, you look at teens having sex and be like, well, it's that's wrong, when all actuality, that's because we live under the white man's jurisdiction now, whatever. He don't know no better, or he knows better, and he's keeping you away from your culture purposely. Now, I'm not, first and foremost, let me say this, I'm not saying this, me personally, 18 and up, I'm not here for your kids. Don't think I'm saying this shit on some, or he just trying to fuck young girls, or no, I ain't, even though the way we've been trained to view this shit is all backwards, I still came up under the same program you niggas came up under. So, because you know how niggas like to assume shit. Oh, this nigga just saying some shit. Like, nah, I got the black and white right here for what we about to get into. But, the way that they deal with the whole birds and the bees and shit on when you look at TV or whatever on the television. I think that's a reflection of society as a whole, not knowing, because that's what it is when you see them on the television shows. It's like they don't be knowing what to say or how to deal with it or want to deal with it. That's why the mama be like, well, you need to do that, or to be like, well, I did it with her. It's your turn with the oldest, with the next up in line, and all this scary shit. Being scared to actually educate the kids on sex because they don't have a proper education, because the proper education was never a part of modern America or American society or whatever. Now in other places and shit, I'm speaking about America. So we had an actual system that initiated you into having sex. Therefore, once you got an age and was of that age where you was actually old enough to start having sex, you would do it responsibly. It wouldn't be, which is probably why we have so many, not even just with the really touchy shit and pedophilia and rape, all that shit is different levels. But just like anything else, it's different levels of sexual perversion or sexual, we'll just say sex crimes or whatever, and or whatnot. And then there's just irresponsible sex or whatever, where it's not necessarily criminal in the sense of you violating somebody, but you violating, but it's more so as, you know what the fuck I'm talking about, not knowing, getting in your feelings, not knowing how to, curb your sexual appetite or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But it ain't necessarily harming nobody, I guess, or unless you want some, or being a compulsive cheater, which would be hurting somebody because you be hurting the person you cheating on, whether it be man, woman, blah, blah. So you got all that. But, that could very well be, the source of a lot of the headache that comes with having sex in modern times or whatever. Not having a proper initiation or proper. Now, how will we do this today? I have no idea. Like I said, we are not we don't have a community. We live in a every man for himself type of society. So it's not like the neighborhood you live in, where we all in here together and we are a community and we got the shaman over here. So when the little girl or the woman is over here, so when the little boy gets older, the institution, they can go and be initiated into this thing the proper way, and then go out and not be an asshole when it comes to having sex. We don't have that these days. See, that's the difference between us now and then, back then. And we're more advanced. So for you be like 14, you will stay on 15 or whatever, or whenever after. That's the whole reason why. That's why I tell people, the reason why a girl can't have a baby prior to her period, and then after she has her period, she's able to naturally have a baby, is because that's Mother Nature telling you that's when it's time for her to, at least not saying you have to have a baby right then and there, because you still learning how to be a woman. So, not saying, oh, she had the period and that's time to put a baby in her. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what Mother Nature is telling you, because if it was wrong, if it was to the point where you can't have, if nature intended it or had it to where you can't have no baby, and then this thing happens, and after that you can have a baby, that's actually nature saying, okay, not saying you have to have it right then and there, but it's saying that, okay, now you are at a level where if you choose to, or you can now have kids or whatever, but you have to separate, or you have to understand the difference between who we are now and who we are then, which is another reason why the solution to the problem is a catch-22. It's the reason why one of the reasons why you can't just go go straight to the goddamn solution to solve the problem, because our minds are warped now. Even right now, probably some motherfucker like, man, get to the point. You're thinking it's some weird shit, which is really you're on the weird side of things. You'll see what I'm saying when I finish this shit. But so the way society is set up, you couldn't even and I just nobody. You can't just come along and say, okay, we got this new place where we're going to initiate all the when teenagers reach of age, you're going to see them to this place, and they're going to lose. We're going to teach them the proper way to lose their virginity. We don't. Don't nobody trust. You can't even trust nobody these days. Motherfuckers don't trust nobody. So, you couldn't just say, well, let's go back to doing it. If you was to say, well, let's just go back to the way we used to do it, so we can start on the journey of fixing this problem. You couldn't even do that because we don't even have a community no more, a communal type of mentality or whatever. Everybody's for self. So just me saying this, motherfuckers ain't just. You want a lot of motherfuckers are not gonna agree with that. It's like motherfuckers probably looking at me like, oh, this sounds like some bullshit. Well, it don't matter because I got the spirit realm sending the signs on this shit. So, but you couldn't even, you can't even do that because for one, first and foremost, let me show you. I'm gonna read this to y'all first. Let me get back to the main what I was telling you about the story. So right after she told me that story about the son or whatever, I was like, okay, what the fuck is this about? And then the answer came to me through this book. I'm reading the book, and right around this part right here, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna read this shit for you real quick. All right, this is a trial called the Arunta, what they're speaking on right here. It says the Arunta say it have been found that many of the younger women died in consequence of unlimited promiscuous intercourse with men who were unrestrained and women unprepared by the opening rite when there was yet no law of taboo. The opening rite was preparatory and considered necessary to befit the young women for sexual intercourse and also protect them. See, my key word. So you don't think there's no funny style shit or no devilishment. He said, and also to protect them previously from savage treatment. Therefore, we argue that it was devised by the mothers for the protection of the daughters. The women of the Hawk totem, shout out to my nigga Big Hawk, and that's go back to when I found that that vulture fell on Big Hawk birthday or whatever, which was around the time I was doing all the first three joints. But check this out, the first three Mad Max joints. But check this out. The women of the Hawk totem are said to have made certain men ashamed of their excesses. The men were monstrous in their size and savagery, and necessitated the totemic rites. It is related of the two women here called the elder and the younger sisters. See, the elder and the younger sisters take you back to Mad Max. That's Mad Max. That's the thing. The many mothers are the women, the older women who were at the land, who were in the land of the many mothers are the elders, and the younger women were Furioso and the girls or whatever. So it is related of the two women here called the elder and the younger sisters, that they were considerably alarmed at the upmerker men. But when the pubescent rites had been performed, The women were no longer afraid, and all the men had free access to them. In order that the fears of the two women might be allayed, the Altmerker made a large Natunja or totem pole, upon which sacred emblems called the Charinga were suspended. After this had been shown to the women, they were no longer timid. One of the two then was decorated with the down of birds and small Natunja, of a blunt conical shape, was set up on her head for ornament, and that refers to that part Max when he's in the sand and he raises his head up, but it's a cone. You looking at a cone, you would think it's a mountain the way they got it set up. You know that scene right after the storm and shit. Then he raised up, and then you see his helmet, but he still got the shackles on and shit. The conical shape was set up on her head for ornament, and the men danced around her shouting "Wah-wah." Okay, so basically that right there is the reference to the ceremony, at least their version of it, because this is just one tribe. Like I said, when we was prior to all this minutia all this wild shit that we've been living through over the last hundreds of years or whatever. Everybody pretty much did the same thing, just in a different way. So you would have your pubescent preparatory rites over here. They may do it a little different over here, but it was all the same concept or whatever. It's called the young man and young woman making. Let me find another somewhere else. Let me see. Right here. Let me read this right here. Give you another example of what I'm saying. In the course of time, as human consciousness increased, the mother would be made exempt from the primitive promiscuous intercourse. And even that's another story, but I'm going to get into that too. The whole Beast of Babylon, the harlot and all that shit. I'm going to show y'all the cosmic aspect of that. Because it's deeper than just some Mary Magdalene and being a physical hoe. Even though that's a part of this shit too, prostitution and all that shit. But it's a cosmic aspect of that too. But it said, here it may be observed that much of the early wisdom was secreted in totemic taboos that were recited to the initiates in the mysteries of young man and young woman making. I'm going to read that again. It said, here it may be observed that much of the early wisdom was secreted in the totemic taboos that were recited to the initiates in the mysteries of young man and young woman making. Young man and young woman making is the introduction of the young man and the woman into becoming sexual or whatever. And not just that, that's a part of it, but teaching you the rights and, of manhood and the rights of womanhood or whatever. Husbandry and wife, teaching men husbandry and women, their domestic duties and all that shit or whatever. The Buffalo Clan of Omaha, the Omaha Indians are prohibited from eating a calf while it is red, but when it turns black, the animal may be eaten. This, as we understand it, was a mode of memorial by means of taboo. There was a similar prohibition in the Red Maize Clan. The youngsters of the sub-clan are told if they were to eat the red maize, they would break out running and sores all around their mouth. Nothing is more common in the initiation of Australian youth than for these to be solemnly warned against eating forbidden food. They are not to eat the emu, that is a totem which represents the mother, as did other forms of prohibited food, including the tree. Thus, eating the fruit of the forbidden is violating the mother female in one of the phases to be prohibited. If, as in here advanced, the totem represented the mother, we may find a root reason why it came to be prohibited from it being eaten, accepting as a sacrament at the religious festival of promiscuity once a year. See, they have some shit that, but even see, that's what I'm saying. In those times, you had shit where, even when you had couples, that's how Mayati they was about being fair and shit, about things back then. Where just, because they had a day of the year where couples, even though they may have been coupled, this might be your main squeeze with her, but it'll be that one day out the year where they would swing, swing, battle, swing. I've seen that in his book, so and that's you still see elements of that shit today, but that's taboo today. For the most part, most relationships and shit. But I'm just showing you. I just brought that up. I highlighted that to use it as an example of, because today like I say, the average couple would look at that as kind of crazy. Yeah, even me, I'm the ancient man and all that shit, but you be like, shit, I don't want mine, but it's understandable. Like I say, because there's another. I ain't gonna be able to find it right now, but it's another. I might talk about that on another joint, but it's another reference to that right there. But let me get back to it. So eating the fruit of the forbidden tree is violating the mother female, and one of the phases known to be prohibited. If, as here advanced, the totem first represented the mother, we may find a root reason why it came to be prohibited from being eaten, accepting as a sacrament at the religious festival of promiscuity. From being eaten, accepting as a sacrament at the religious festival of promiscuity once a year. We know that in totemic mysteries, it was the mothers or female elders who inducted the boys into the knowledge of connubium. Now, this was the part right here. Well, this whole section, because this whole section right here, which is what came to me when this is when I got to this. Cause like I said, I don't remember, and maybe I did gloss over it before that particular point in time, but I don't necessarily. I remember it being fresh to me, cause like I said, she told me that was all them girls was telling me that, and then that last situation was when Shorty told me about her son, and then that's when I started really trying to figure out what the fuck was going on, because I'm a solution type person. See, the average person, y'all, it's like with R. Kelly, which I'm gonna talk about that in a minute, but y'all look at that nigga and say, that's the thing about us in America. I'm gonna show you what I've noticed about us, especially as of late, since we got this internet and everybody's lifting their voice up to sing. Let me tell you what these niggas gonna do. They're gonna cite the problem. The people that perpetuate the problem, they're gonna tear them down, talk shit about them, use them as the butt of all jokes. And when it's all said and done, go on their merry way. None of these motherfuckers talking about no solutions, what's going on. Fuck what I don't say it like that, but okay, the pedophile or whatever, okay, he's fucked up, but what you gonna do about it? See, niggas don't think like that. It's like, if you can jump up and down about the shit, me too, I don't condone that shit. I love the kids, I don't condone the touching the kids and taking their innocence and blah, 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 blah. But, instead of just being the motherfucker to jump up and down and complain about it and beat the people that's responsible for doing this shit over the head, I'm the nigga that's gonna say, which was what I did, which is why the answer came to me. It's like Bobby said, your questions are answers. So when I asked the question, the spirit realm via Leah, cause she's that's why it happened around her birthday, cause this shit pertains to her. Where we going with it? Cause it's been a big misunderstanding of our culture in regards to sex. Uh, but I'm the nigga that's gonna just like that's like I say when she told me I was okay, what the fuck is going on here? And that's when I ran into this right here. A little bit after that, probably like a couple days or a week or something. So I knew it was a connection. I said, okay, that's when it all hit me. I said, that's the problem. The reason why we have so much of this running rampant. Um, Now don't get me wrong, like I said, it's levels to this shit. And then people that's just out here, that's why I say it's different shit. You have the uncles that or the man or whatever the relationship might be that touches the kid, the little girl when ain't nobody looking. But it's both. But then you got the little girl who the man would be somebody who that type of behavior would be some type of would have to be rooted. And first and foremost, I'm showing you what it's rooted in. The problem is not having no type of sexual orientation or sexual no type of proper education into sex. It's just like cars. When you get your you get your permit or whatever, first you do the paperwork or whatever, you learn, and then you start driving the goddamn car so you can learn how to drive. It's the same thing with sex. It's just that that's the and thing about that is that's one of the main things that they attack when it comes to black people, our sexuality. So they may very well, I'm quite sure they know this shit, that what I know what I'm speaking about. And knowing that it would work against us to keep us from the knowledge of our true way of operating sexually. So when you see right here, it says the elder went. So now, just to make it light for you, when they say mothers, or you'll hear parts in here where it say the sister and the brother. Now, did they used to marry off the sisters and the brothers back in the game? Maybe so. See, I have the same way a lot of y'all might find what I'm finna say is hard to swallow. Certain shit I find is like that. It's like that could very well be the case. But I think, from what I think it is the when you hear mother or sister or brother, when you hear these terms was given to your mother. You had your mother, but every woman in the village, or that's why I say it takes a village or whatever, or every elder woman was looked upon as a mother. Any woman that was your peer or of your age or whatever, or in your age range, you would look at as a sister, or any man in your age range, you would look at as a brother. And then you had these totem sets or whatever, where you had different groups. You had this might be the owl totem, or this might be the bear totem or whatever. Everybody in that bear totem would be considered sisters and brothers. So when they say marry a sister to a brother, they may very well just be meaning not biological brothers and sisters, but it speaks on that in here too. But from what I heard, like I said, I don't know. We all been fucking. From what I heard, brothers and sisters doing the damn thing, produce deformed children and shit. That's from what I hear or whatever. So maybe that's the part of me that still kind of have a problem with that. Where I really see it as, and I could be wrong, but I think that it was more so with just them saying, when you hear them say the brother and the sister, just two people from the same totem tribe or the same tribe or whatever. But the big thing about all this shit here is what we call pedophiles today. Or we'll just put it like this. That's why I brought the R. Kelly in. We'll keep this with the R. Kelly and the Leah thing. When you call R. Kelly a pedophile for dating Aaliyah at 16 and you bash him and knock him, you're bashing the ancestors as well, because hard as it may be to believe, and like I said, I don't want your girl, your little girl, I'm a grown man or whatever, but this is just real shit right here, because we living in an upside down world. You call R. Kelly a pedophile because he was with Aaliyah, because the white man told you to. This is his rules. He made up when he started ruling. He started making the rules on who can mate with who and who, which is which the mere fact. Because see, what R. Kelly and Aaliyah did is really our ancient culture to a certain degree. Not saying all the younger girls had to marry older men or whatever, but but what he did was not wrong unless you're looking at it through the eyes of the white man, because, or in its essence, wasn't wrong. And I'm talking about with him. Now I ain't talking about the other shit, dude. Even though that's just being freaky, but that's kind of crazy. Peeing with 16-year-old, shit, just peeing on the motherfucker. That's weird in itself. There's a whole other dynamic. I'm gonna just keep it in the box with baby girl. But when, as you can see right here, when we were initiated into the act of having sex, it was by older people. Why? Because they are the ones who came before you. They the ones that know how to do the shit, or whatever. Just like anything else, you have to. We don't get that now. We just go out unless you. I've done that. Like I dated older women when I was a little younger than them or whatever. Just to put it light. But unless you just haphazardly bump into some type of older chick or whatever, you know, when I were dudes, that's a thing. Like, you know, man, nigga, you 15 pulling 20-year-olds and shit. That's, you know, in our world, that's like, you know, you gonna get patted on the back and shit. Not so much so with the woman aspect of it or whatever. What I'm saying about this R. Kelly thing is, you say he was wrong because he dated the 16-year-old. But when you go back to our original culture, the men who would actually introduce the women into the sexual act would be older or elderly. Just like they said, the women who would introduce the men, or they say the women who would introduce the men. That's why I was telling you about that too. Was saying the mother or the elder female. That's basically what the mother is, the elder female or whatever. So when they saying mother, they're not necessarily saying the mother. Now he's saying that there may have once been a time where that happened, and then it became a taboo. We're like, nah, you're not supposed to do that. Because it's like cannibalism. They say Osiris had to. Osiris came. One of the attributes of Osiris was he taught the word. He taught the people that you didn't have to do the cannibalism shit. You didn't have to be a cannibal or whatever, and taught them a different, a better way of life or whatever. So that can very well be the case with this. It could have been a situation where, but I kind of doubt. I don't think I said that thing. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. I personally think that when you hear about mother, when you hear when they say like right here when they say the mothers. It said the mothers or female elders. So many words are saying the female. So it may have not been your biological mother in the tribe that introduced you into the sex, but it'd be an older woman, which would be of your old enough to be your mother or considered a mother or something like that. Um, uh, but yeah, so what he's basically saying in his passages, like I said, in the course of time, as human consciousness increased, the mother would be made exempt from the primitive, promiscuous intercourse. Here it may be observed that much of the early wisdom was secreted in the totemic taboos that was recited to the initiates in the mysteries of young man and young woman making. So we far off. All we get is birds and the bees, sex ed in class. They're gonna show you some sperm swimming to an egg and shit. To show you all the different body parts and shit. Well, they're not giving you they're not giving you a psychological, anything psychological to go off of when it comes to sex. And you be like, well, what do you mean? Well, today we can look at it like this. Today, what would you tell your kids today? Watch who you have sex with. Be mindful and don't just be having sex with any old body. You ain't gotta just be a nun around this motherfucker, because you gotta go through trials and tribulations to learn shit in life. So you don't have to necessarily be a fucking nun, but just tell them your shit. All, especially women who done been through a lot, men too. But I like using women more so as an example, because it's a little bit more with the women. It's a little bit more complex, because you get with them, they boom, like they get, I don't know. To me, and this is my opinion, I would figure they would have to be a little bit more mindful of who they have sex with, because they actually are getting entered. We're the enterers, and maybe you might look on the other side of the gate and say, well, y'all too, but the woman is like letting something in you, and then it's a whole it's more complex. You letting people in, then if they nutting you, then you got a baby, you got a whole. So it's like you really have to be on the, because unfortunately a man can shoot up a woman's club and she can have a baby and she's stuck with the baby. He can shake the spot and leave, but she gotta make decisions, either keep it, do away with it, whatever. So these are all the type of things you have to, that's why, and just to put it in a general scheme of things, when you really want to get down to some shit, motherfucker gotta stop having kids. If you're not properly ready, prepared to educate your children on all facets of life, not just sex, but just period. That's why a lot of problems come from. It's too much motherfucking having babies because it's cute. You want to have something to claim as yours and show around and look at my new baby and get all the attention from the baby and the glow and all this shit. But a lot of people rush into having kids for all these reasons, but are not necessarily ready. You know what I'm saying? Just like with this shit, if you don't know this shit, like this is what I'm saying. First and foremost, let's just look at us as a society. We run in regards to this, right? Because this is the real deal. We run around here now thinking we hot shit. Everybody got something to say. As soon as somebody fuck up, you point the finger and everybody's hot shit and whatever they on right is. He's me. I'm a good rapper and I'm this nigga because I can dance like this. And yeah, but all this running around here beating our chest and all this self-righteousness and shit. We doing all this shit and we don't even know we don't even have the proper way of using our sexual utilities, as you can see. Because this is not, I don't know if this shit is coming out as serious as it should, but this is a big deal. Because this is the reason why we have a lot of these problems within, and I wouldn't just say the black community, just period. Because this is not just restricted to one race. But we didn't have these problems in ancient times because, like I said, we knew how to educate ourselves on all aspects of life. So when it was time, first and foremost, you have to know when it's time. We don't even know when it's time. You think, see, go back to the R. Kelly thing. That's why I said after the woman or the lady, after she finally went through puberty and had her first preparatory right or whatever, she was free to have sex with whoever she wanted to. Age, no matter the age or whatever. So this is how our ancestors. That's why to this day you still have countries where teenagers and shit marry king 14 older men and all that shit, and it's cool because they're going off of an old parrot. They going off the original shit or whatever, where that wasn't. Now I don't think. Now, first and foremost, like I say, it's hard to even talk about this kind of shit because our minds have been so corrupt now. So it's hard for you. Probably even be hard for you to even fathom what I'm saying, or you probably won't even. Some of us is gonna rebel against the information because the mind is corrupt. Because you hear me say this now. First, let me make this disclaimer. This is not a call for niggas to jump in their whip and pull up to the nearest high school, and that's not what we talk about. The only reason I'm explaining it, and I'm not finished because this is going to get a little deeper with it. The main reason why I'm, the sole reason why I'm even speaking on this shit is because it's just like in the movie when he asked the nigga, was he a black dumb? Meaning, was he a mechanic? That's me. Just like a mechanic looks at a car, if there's a problem and he to fix the problem, he got to find the root of it. Same thing with this shit. I'm like, well, damn, this is a problem. You know, all these girls I keep meeting all these girls and they keep telling me these stories about them being touched on and shit, and it's fucking me up because you know I love. I don't really go both ways, even for the little boy shit, but I'm still hearing these stories and I'm like, damn. So I'm like, man, where in the fuck where is this shit coming from? Just like a mechanic. And so you know I found the problem, which is this. The mere fact that for one, we don't have preparatory rights. Two, we live in a society that encourages you to stay a virgin as long as you can. And at the end of the day, you can do what you want to do. Especially at this point. Now, at those times, we knew better shit. We knew. I'm gonna give you an example of bass too, but we knew that sexual energy was gonna kick into us or our kids or whatever, and we knew better than to just let that sit in there pent up. So that's why I'm gonna give you an example. When what they say about preachers' girls, they grow up shielded, or they grow up they grew up. What's the word I'm looking for? They grow up all under strict terms or whatever. So they end up having to hold on and keep all the energy inside them. That's why when they finally end up leaving from the house and going to college, they turn to wild. That's why they say the girls that grew up under strict households, when they finally get from up under that strictness, they go wild. Why? Because all this shit has been pent up in them. So it's like it's all coming out at one time, and that could be dangerous or whatever. As opposed to somebody who may have this is gonna be as opposed to somebody who a female who may have been a little fast in her high school or middle school years, or had her sexual encounters here and there, or had her boyfriends or had, even if she wasn't just a big freak, she maybe had 2 or 3 boyfriends throughout high school or whatever and had sex with each one, where she had her experiences. So by the time she leave the house, sex ain't no big deal to her. So it's like she'll be more able to uh, she have more proof about herself than this chick who hasn't had it yet, been waiting for it for all the time, keeping that sexual energy pent up in her, and then she goes out and it's just like you know. And some girls are just big freaks. That's just their thing. So it's just whatever. But I'm just trying to paint a picture for you. But whatever the case may be, when you don't, when that girl, and man too, and that could be the source of the feely touchy because it go both ways too. It ain't just, it's probably more men touching the girls than the other way around, but who knows? But it goes both ways too, though. So a lot of that shit comes from, for example, with the little boy. Now, that would be the little boy going through puberty, humping his relatives or whatever. That's because that the institution ain't in place. Before he gets to that point, he's supposed to be that went through the preparatory rites to where now, and part of that is actually going through the act. Because once you go through it, it's not as bad as opposed to somebody that's. I think a lot of the problems come in at it's like them dudes, it be guys who like. I think the dudes who grow up and end up being the uncle touching it. And like I said, go both ways. Sometimes it might be your girl going through period. You talking about shit, a little fast, she hot in the ass, sitting on people's laps and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, because the bad set energy is waking up in her, and you don't know. So it's like we all got rocked to sleep. So it's like I'm not, I'm just finding this shit out. I really, 7 years ago, but this is some wild shit. It took me a minute to actually come out and speak on this shit, but it's something that has to be said because that's part of the problem. Like I say, how do we deal with it as a collective? I have no idea because we are not a community no more. All I can do is give you this information, and at least you knowing it in your end, I can speak to the collective, hoping that each individual within the collective takes this information and you can consider it and takes it into consideration when they're raising their kids, if their kids haven't reached that point yet. So I don't know I'm not gonna tell you how to do it, what to do, or what to do, whatever. But I'm gonna give you this information so you will at least know that. At least know, cause like I said, we don't have these institutions in place no more. And society, the way society's set up, is not even. This society is not even, and that's what they do. Create a world where your original culture. So they basically took our original culture and criminalized it, because now, if a elder has sex with a 14, 15, 16-year-old, he's ostracized, sent to jail, probably killed or beat up in jail or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Back to R. Kelly. If you look at R. Kelly and say what he did was fucked up, then you have to look at what that we love the we talking about the ancestors and how we used to be and before the white man in Africa and all over the world, whatever. Here it is. We talk about culture. Everybody be like, for the culture. This is your original culture. Your original culture has been criminalized, taken from you and criminalized. So, and I'm saying I'm not talking about a bunch of stupid niggas just out and about looking for some 16-year-olds to go fuck on shit. It's not what I'm saying. You look at the big picture of what I'm talking about. I'm using R. Kelly because that's probably the best example I can use. Because in all actuality, knowing what I know now after reading all this shit and then looking, that's why like I say, when him and the Aaliyah thing, it wasn't really that alarming to me because I think a part of that was because shit, Leah always came off as grown, so she may have been 16, but she always had like a mature type of energy about her. So it is like even yourself, you used to see Aaliyah and R. Kelly in a restaurant in 9'6", you probably wouldn't think she was no young. You would probably think she was old enough to be fucking with the nigga, or old enough by American standards or whatever. But and like I said, I'm always a solution type of dude. So even when he caught that the other one, I was like, okay, well, why would you be doing this shit, putting yourself in jeopardy when you got all these women out here, but you rather fuck with a chick that can end up getting you put in jail or whatever. But I didn't necessarily, and then after that, it's more so because really what hit me is when he first got out of jail, when he got locked up for shit, then he came home, and I think he had a interview on not Tammy Smiley, I think it was the other guy. I was on BT though, and when I watched the interview, when I looked in his face and I looked in his eyes, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I ain't saying this to belittle him or nothing like that. I'm saying this on a scientific level. I saw a scared little boy or kid when I saw him. Like, which all goes back to this shit right here. Whatever his issue is, just like they tell you in psychology or in therapy or whatever, they always take it back to the mother, because a lot of your behavior or modern or current behavior, whether you know it or not, is a product of how you was raised when you was a kid and the way your mother treated you or whatever, and your father treated you. So with him, now back then, like I said, I just remember looking at him, and it was like a scared little boy or whatever. Why is that? Knowing what I know now is because what that fear caused him to exude when he did that interview, at least in my opinion, is the part of him where this behavior originated from. He still, see, he never grew up, and I'm using him as an example, but this may be the case with a lot of guys that follow that category, or like I say with him, or dudes that make, because he didn't, not to my knowledge, like I say, he was in Leah and the other girl, but I don't know nothing about him being no sneaky touching people behind touching little kids and shit like that. That was just some outright sex acts or whatever. But then you have the other aspect of the uncle or the old elder dude touching the little kid, all of those shit. But with him, I think, because I'm like, damn, because like I said, I asked the question, well, why take the chance of going to jail when it ain't like, because like I say with other people, like I say with other guys, I look at this shit and I be like, well, I think that the dude who sneaks and touched the little girl, when he never had sex, or like I said, we don't have them initiation processes no more, where everybody can get a taste of it, so it won't be so pent up or whatever, at least. But then these days, you got dudes that go through or people that go through puberty. For one, they don't have no preparatory rights. Two, see, like, I didn't go through no preparatory rights. Or people like, take me for example, I didn't go through no preparatory rights, right? But my preparatory rights was more so me going out and courting women. I didn't have no elders over me or chaperones, no shit like that. But I ended up talking my way into some sex from my age of 11 to 12 or whatever. And from that point on, it was jumping or whatever. Now you might say, oh, it's a little badass, you was a kid and blah, blah. No, that's what's supposed to happen. It's just, in modern times, we find ways of making, we don't have that guidance. So we have to find the hard way, or I'm not gonna say the hard way, we have to go through the trial and error with this shit. as opposed to somebody that just okay, you going through puberty now, you hit puberty, all right, next week you're gonna have your ceremony, blah blah blah, we're gonna teach you everything you know. We ain't have all that. Even like I said, even the little shred of sex ed that we get is still bullshit compared to how it's supposed to be or whatever. But you take somebody like me, I'm doing a thing. So as a grown, by the time I'm a grown man, I'm not looking at no. I don't have no pent up shit, or I'm not in a space where I've never had sex, but I don't know how to go about getting it with a proper woman. Cause I think that's what it be with a lot of these niggas. They don't know how to go about. They probably never had any sex before when they was a kid, or when they hit puberty, and that's probably where a lot of the extreme cases come in, and rape and all that other shit. So these motherfuckers go through society never really having sex, so all this shit is picked up in them. So when they get in situations or around situations where it's kids or even more extreme than that, rape situation, all this shit is based off of them, not for one, not having no proper education in regards to sex, two, that desire to have it manifest itself, but by not being properly guided, or that energy, that that energy not being checked, it manifests in perverse and in ways that violate others or whatever. You see where I'm going with it. So it's like they tell you to, so holding it or keep, or they basically we've raised backwards. Like I told you, our world has been turned upside down. So that's why you would have a 25-year-old, he might be a 25-year-old dude or some shit touching on a damn 9-year-old or some shit, cause so in his mind he still ain't never had sex or some shit, or his sex life is whack or whatever the case may be. He don't know how to deal with women or whatever, so he sees the youngster as a way of manifesting whatever desire is in him, or curiosity that may lie inside his mind because he never had sex before or whatever. That's one aspect of it or whatever. So I feel like that preparatory right is what checks and keeps that type of shit from happening. Keep that. It's just like anything else, because if you that shit, once that Bastet energy hit, like I say, put two and two together. Bastet is a goddess of sexual energy, right? When puberty hit, what comes online or what increases your sexual desires? So it's one and the same. So, but if you don't, it's not like that energy has to be checked though. It has to. Well, we've been making it through haphazardly, but at the same time, when you look at society, even though we don't have these rights no more, that don't mean everybody came out fucked up. We just making it on our wits. But when you look at society as a whole, that's really the source of a lot of and not just that, because you have that part of it, and then you just have sick people out here. You know what I'm saying? Sick people, child pornography and all shit, and that's just that's far gone shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I'm not into this shit, so I don't really. It's hard to even categorize the type of shit. Cause it's like that's you dealing with the psychological aspect of it, but it's some far gone shit, and that's another. Like I say, that's just some sick shit right there. Literally, not just a diss them and say sick, but sick. Yeah, that's just like psycho behavior and shit. Not saying that it's not tied to that, the lack of the preparatory right thing, but that's like some real far. Not saying that uncle and the shit touching the little sneaky shit be going. I'm not saying that's the fucked up shit too, but I'm saying that to me that's more so linked to some uh uh lack of having sex or lack of the ability that it takes the or the lack of social skills um that it require for you to get it on with a woman or whatever or a man or whatever. Um but you still having that sexual desire, so it manifests in these fucked up ways or whatever. But if that same dude who Mr. Touchy or whatever, maybe if he would have had a preparatory right, and if not a preparatory right, even if he would have had a bit more social and had, I guess you could say, game and knew how to talk and have more sex during his teen years or as he was growing up, then he wouldn't resort to being the actually kind of cowardice type shit, more so of a, I don't know how to get real women, but I want to at least see what something or whatever, and so they go for the young girls or whatever. And then you got the other level, like I say, with the kid, like I was saying with the little boy and the relative or whatever. That's another. You wouldn't call that pedophilia because that's two kids, but that the elder that's doing the older guy that's touching the young girls or whatever, is so many words going through the same thing that little boy is going through, because he was never initiated into the act of being a man. So he's still in the state. He's still somewhere. He may be old in age, but he's still in his mind or his mentality, at least towards sex, is trapped in that same mentality that young boy was in. But that young boy has more of a he gets more of a pass because he's still young. He still needs to and that little dude is all right these days. Turned out to be this is a cool little fella. I knew this dude, cool fella. He just went through that phase. I knew him since he was born. Cool fella, and then you go through puberty, rough shit happens, and then you smooth on out. All right now. But everybody don't have that. Some people don't smooth out. Some people, whatever, you know what I'm saying, go through whatever and end up being whatever they be or whatever. But that's the thing about it right there. Not only did we lose our rites of passage, we have been presented with and put under the rulership and bought into rules that actually not only contradict our original culture, but criminalized it and turns you against your own culture. So I hate to be the one to bust your bubble, but everybody that jumps up and down on R. Kelly head for the Aaliyah thing, you're really wrong. Because in all actuality, if you jumping on his head, you jumping on the ancestors' head. Because that was our culture. He didn't know. I'm not saying he knew that, or maybe he did. And even that may very well be the reason why Aaliyah ain't here no more. And this nigga caught hell. Because they looking at this shit like, first and foremost, her name is Aaliyah. That means the most high exalted, spiritual shit. And then she's manifesting elements. She's giving you an example of how a culture, or he and her are giving you an example of the original culture, where somebody like Aaliyah, for one, she's of age. Two, she's of a mature mentality, mature enough to, as a matter of fact, maybe more mature than him, because he didn't know how to read or write. She went to art school and all that shit or whatever. So he may very well had needed her to a certain degree or whatever, because she could have taught things or whatever. Probably did, but based on some of the words, what R. Kelly did with Aaliyah is actually what the elders did in our original culture, with at least in regards to bringing uh, younger women into the art of making love or having sex or whatever. Not saying that, uh, like I said, 'cause I know once they had sex, they probably 9 times out of 10 probably just like us. They probably dealt with people in their age range or whatever, but it wouldn't be taboo for them to, or you wouldn't go to jail if a girl who's been through her, now mind you, we talking about puberty. We're not talking about pre-puberty. That's what they were saying about in this book when he was talking about when they say the Buffalo clan of the Omaha Indians are prohibited from eating a calf while it is red. What he trying to say in the book is that's the metaphor. The red calf would be a metaphor for the woman before a period or whatever, or before she started having menstrual cycles. That would be trying to have sex with a girl before she have a menstrual cycle would be like eating the red calf. But the black calf you could eat. The black calf would be the woman after she has the menstrual cycle and starts going through figuring out who or going through the young woman making situation or whatever. After she goes through that, after she's trained in the art of that, through that preparatory rite, then she could who she has sex with is not limited by an age, unless it's somebody younger or somebody prepubescent or something. Other than that, upward, it's really it wouldn't really be no big deal, as opposed to now where with the perfect example, Leonard Kelly, when you see something like that now, y'all bashing the man all over the head and he's a pedophile and woo and all these slurs and slanders and the whole while that nigga was doing the same shit we used to do, your ancestors used to do. Now I'm not there. I say I'm telling you this to as a to use as a tool to at least have an understanding of what's going on when your kids go through puberty. However, I don't know what I can't tell you what to do in your household or whatever, but I can tell you this much. So when it happens, when they start going through puberty, at least you will know. However you choose to, if you choose, because that's another thing too. A lot of parents don't do that a lot of times. We just let our kids grow up. You don't talk. You don't. Like I said, I can't speak for every household, but for the most part, we don't have them type of conversation. Just the mere thought of you playing a part in initiating your child. You have some that close to that or whatever, but even that, we would call those the wild parents or the parents that shit. This one type of shit would manifest through, as far as the amount of time, would manifest through like but you would say, well, you treat your kid like a friend and shit like that, whatever. But the average person wouldn't even don't even want to think like you. Like I say, just go back to TV. The father don't never want to think about the daughter having sex or you see the little scenes and shit. Something sexual come about the daughter, he like, and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily want to sit there and watch my daughter have no goddamn sex either. I don't think, but and maybe that's due to this modern American rearing, but in our original times, which makes more sense, we actually partook in making sure in the whole process of our youth being made into initiated into the young woman making or young man making ceremony or whatever. But that ceremony consisted of the elders initiating the youngsters, which today we call pedophiles or pedophilia. Now, who you rolling with? You rolling with the now. I'm first and foremost, like I said, I'm not saying this is not for you to. This is not to open the floodgates and no shit like that, or to run and change the laws, or I don't know what the hell to do. Just run it. I just feel the need to tell y'all this shit because that's the origin of our problem when it comes to sexual deviancy or whatnot, or uh, these sexual problems that we have. You know, especially like I say with the whole, you know, molestation thing or whatever. Domestic, the domestic, the domestic molestation thing or whatever. Now this, I don't know what the fuck. Like I say, that motherfuckers that kidnap kids and do all this shit to babies and child pornography, you into all that old shit. That like I say, it's all relevant to the whole lack of preparatory right thing, but there's some shit there that's like I don't know what that shit is. That's some far gone shit right there. But like I say, man, we don't think about solutions or whatever. Somebody get exposed as a damn child pedophile or predator or whatever. We gonna jump up and down about it. We gonna berate the person or whatever. But ain't nobody gonna. They don't like. That's a sickness. You have all these people raising money for cancer and raising money for all these different. Why ain't nobody raising money for that? Or if we really give a fuck, I do. That's why the information came to me. You don't see nobody doing that. You don't see nobody. You will hear motherfuckers. People be ready to criticize all day, but you don't ever see nobody step up and say, "Well, what are we gonna do about this shit?" Fuck talking about the motherfuckers that's doing it. We know they pieces of shit or fucked up or victims of victims of their own lack of understanding sexuality or whatever you want to call it. We know that. What we gonna do about it? Well, we gotta find the origin of the problem. I just found it right here. Everybody else, you know, and then I seen about the R. Kelly thing. When I saw that little boy in his eyes, that was then. Now that was 2001 or 2002 or some shit. But knowing what I know now and taking what I saw in his eyes then and putting it back to what I know right now, that he never, it's kind of like that Peter Pan type shit, or that he never got to grow out of that psychologically. And it could very well be based off of not being able to read and write, because think about it, you know how to read and write in school, right? Grade school. So he never really achieved what he was supposed to in grade school, or never flourished from out of that, and he still don't know how to do things, basic things that you learn. And this is not to talk down on the brother or whatever. I hope, you know, like I say, I don't know what he in there now for. That sounds like some bullshit. I don't know the details or whatever, but some little bits and tad bits I hear, it sound like some bullshit. Like I say, it's a tax. They looking at this nigga like, okay, Aaliyah, you can tell she a goddess. You got this nigga, musical genius, and they're doing something that's against the white man's law or whatever, but in all actuality, they're giving you a throwback to our original, how we originally lived. Or I don't want to make it seem like everybody was just walking around with young girls, or because I'm quite sure we was probably just like anything else. For the most part, everybody dated in their age range, but showing you something that was not necessarily a figment of at least what how it would be, or the type of age, what the age range would be, or age difference would be between the man who's initiating the woman into having sex and the woman being initiated into having sex, which has been considered or criminalized these days or whatever. Because we go off of man law as opposed to Mother Nature law. Mother Nature law says once no sex until the menstrual cycle. After the menstrual cycle, you can have sex with who you choose to. And of course, as a civilized person, we have to train them into having sex in a responsible manner, as opposed to just how we are now. This is probably the most irresponsibly, sexually irresponsible. And I ain't talking about just people being freaks and having sex with each other. I'm talking about because sex is sex. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about having kids when you don't even know your ass from a hole in the ground. Having kids and not having what you need to take care of them, whatever, or not being properly educated to where you can properly educate your kids when they're born and shit like that. Having kids for the wrong reasons, STDs, not knowing how to keep it in your pants. You can't restrain yourself from fucking your homeboy. There's a million women in the world, but you gotta fuck your homeboy girl, or your girlfriend wants your nigga, she gotta fuck your nigga. Well, there's a million other niggas in the world, and all types of other shit we go through, headaches we go through with sex. May very well be the fact that we ain't properly educated or orientated into the actual act of having sex, the actual mentality you should have. So it would, if we was to do a renaissance and go back into not even just the sexual aspect of it, that's the best thing I can say. Because nobody, like I said, our society where that's, anyway, I say, like I say, I wouldn't know what to tell you outside of giving you the information and allowing you to decide the righteous way of applying this in regards to your children coming of age. For one, you more so, instead of, I don't necessarily encourage it. I know that's hard for a person. I know that's hard for the average parent to encourage their kids to actually have sex or whatever. But more so, it'd be probably best to be on some like, well, you coming of age and you're gonna start having these feelings and you might want to woo. If you do, that's why you want to have a relationship with your kids where they not afraid to talk to you about shit. So y'all can actually be on some like, okay, you really like him? All right, bring him over here. Let me read him a few times. If he alright, then I guess you can do whatever you want to do, but don't bring no babies home and all that old shit or whatever. But whatever the case may be, because if they really want to do, they're gonna do the shit anyway. So you want to at least be able to, once they get in that, go through puberty, be able to know this type of shit and tell them like, look, man, this is what I went through with sex. Don't just be out here giving it to any and everybody. Emotions flare up. Don't whoop the wham. All the ups and downs you've been through with your sexual encounters or whatever, you should pass that on to them. And it will save them the headache. So when they come across her shit, they can be like, oh shit, man, my mama told me about this. Oh yeah, my daddy said that. Oh man, my daddy did say that. And oh, hold up, well let me not, you know what I'm saying? And then if you, like I say, and go back to meeting motherfuckers, like, you gotta kind of be in the mix with your kids. You don't wanna, you wanna be able to be like, man, hey, you want them to understand that I'm not, when I tell you to bring your boyfriend over here, or I tell you to bring your girlfriend over here, I'm not in attack mode. I'm just trying to make sure, I'm just trying to see if I can see something that you may not see. Because I've been around a little longer. So, whoopty wham. And, after you get to know a motherfucker, you, like I say, kids gonna do what they want to do anyway. But as far as your own green light, you at least want to see some shit and be like, oh, you know what, that motherfucker kind of sound like they alright, man. So I would want to be. I would want my daughter, especially son too, but I would want my daughter to be like, at least base whether or not she'll have sex with a motherfucker on, at least consider something I gotta say about it. So I would want her to be like, well, let me take this nigga to my old man and see what the old man said about him a few times. If my old man like him, he might get a little, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's the way you're supposed to look at this shit, as opposed to all this tighting and whoopty wham. It's like that's causing a lot of sexual problems and shit or whatever. Not saying that's the end all to be all, but for the most part, that is a major key right there. Cause see, I'm gonna show you some about bad state energy. Like I say, that is a raw energy. Um, Once it kicks in, it ain't no. You have to drive the car. You have to take control, but you have to. The kid is too young to. It's not. You have to be there to assist them with grabbing the reins of that shit, as opposed to letting that energy. Because you know it's a monstrous thing. Like I say, think about when you have sex. Look at when we are screaming, all that shit, yelling and face bumping, making ugly. That's the monster. So you have to look at it like, well, when your kid goes with puberty, the monster is there. So you have to be able to help them check the monster and be able to, you know, use this shit the right way or whatever. Like I said, we don't have no institutions or no places where, you know, you go and when it's time and okay, it's your time now to lose your virginity. And we don't have all that shit these days. And like I said, we not of a community type of. We don't have a community structure that would facilitate that. It'd be more so fucking. Like I said, that's why I'm not presenting this as well. We need to start doing this, even though we just start. Eventually, something has to be did because that's a huge problem. I guarantee you check that energy. Or you are a society where that energy is checked at the gate and a proper sexual psychology is issued to the kid or the young teen or whatever you want to call it. I guarantee you won't have, say you just had a one state where all this shit was happening, I guarantee you you would have less sexual misconduct in that area than an area where we just willy nilly. Because right now we just all for self. We don't. I'm hoping y'all really getting the seriousness of what I'm saying because we are fucked up. We got fucked up. We got a bad deal. Because we just had to go out into the world. We didn't have no understanding of this shit somewhere. Our hormones and shit. That's why I'm not necessarily taking up for motherfuckers and shit. But we do still have to consider the fact that we never had no goddamn sexual entry. So when our hormones start kicking in, we start getting all hot in the nuts, or women getting hot in the ass, as they said, or we don't know how to deal with this shit. So it comes out after little girl jump. Like I said, it ain't just the fucking, like I said, it's sex. So we put the emphasis on the older people touching on the young kids and all that shit too. But you gotta look past that at the energy that's causing that, because it's active in it's active in both sides. So it ain't just the man doing that, it's the little girl who's horny, whatever, and she don't know what the fuck going on, so she probably jumping on somebody's lap, or the 13-year-old girl or whatever going through puberty or whatever. So she hot and she might be out there making passes at the older man and shit, or dressing scantily for older niggas. I know women, I know girls who who in high school, mama told them to go get older niggas and shit. You know, but that's what the problem is. And it's like I said, it's even more so a problem because the way that we went about doing it is criminalized now. And not only is it criminalized, the mind of niggas are so, or men, or people, not just men, but society is so corrupt to where you wouldn't even know who to trust with that process or whatever, or taking your kid to somebody, because that's what they did. So I mean, well, there's another part in here. But yeah, man, it was a big deal. It's like it's another part in this book where it was a young girl who was I think she was a housekeeper. I had to find it. I might have to find it. I think I'm gonna come back to this later on. That's another part. But it was part in this book where the lady was a housekeeper, and I think the dude she was working with or something had went to where the housekeepers be at. to go get her so she could come go to work or whatever. But uh when he went, the head of the house, the head of the maids or whatever, the lady or whatever, told him, "Oh, she's unavailable now. She's the lizard is left or something." Because the lizard, man, I can't remember what it was. I'm just putting in layman terms. She basically told him that girl was going through her. She was going through her woman phase, her spiritual. I mean, her puberty thing, or becoming a woman or whatever, or going through a little thing, so she couldn't go to work or whatever. And shit like that. But so here we are with an example and this ain't no. You may be looking at. I know this might be disturbing, and you might be looking at it like, oh, this nigga don't know. This nigga just talking out the side of his neck. You know what the fuck he talking about? Like, no, this is real shit. I'm gonna give you an example. Like I said, this shit came to me in 2017, right? Fast forward about 3 years later, what that was, about 2020, 2021. I was watching this show called The Outer Limits, right? Now, The Outer Limits is basically like it's kind of like a Twilight Zone, different, every episode is like some type of different, it might be about a UFO, might be about a sea monster, something like that. But Outer Limits. That was just one episode. I don't know if y'all remember Charmed, the show with the three witches or whatever, but Alyssa Milano from Charmed. It was one episode of Outer Limits that she was in. Now this is the spirit right here. Now, she was in the room or whatever, and then it's like a spaceship or some shit, like this aircraft came and dropped some type of thing through her roof or whatever. But whatever that shit was, it clamped onto her and it got inside of her. And then after it got inside of her, she basically took on praying the praying mantis thing or whatever. You know how the praying mantis have sex with? They always bite the head off the dude after they have sex with him or whatever, some shit like that. Off the male mantis. Well, she was doing that throughout this episode. After that thing took over, it possessed her. So she was going around having sex with all these different dudes, just random shit. She'd be in the middle of the street, just jump on a dude, start having sex with him, and after she had sex with him, she'd kill him. What they was trying to show you was the bastard thing right there. That's what that was. The shit jumping inside of her and possessing her represented puberty or Bath or the deity waking up in her or whatever. But it was the unchecked energy that what that whole episode represented was unchecked sexual energy. So what they were showing you was by that alien thing possessing her, when it possessed her, that was basically the perfect example of how the bastard thing works or the sexual energy works. Once the puberty and shit kick in and hormones start raging or whatever. So once that bastard energy possessed her and she went out and started having sex and killing these guys, the killing is an extreme version. What the shit trying to show you is that unchecked sexual energy is dangerous. Listen, Milano, The Outer Limits, go check it out. And it basically, that's what we go through. Except it ain't a woman having sex with niggas and I'll kill them and all that shit. It's the unchecked sexual energy, the killing of the sex partners in that episode will be metaphorical for the dangers of unchecked sexual energy, because it can manifest as pedophilia or touching people that shouldn't be touched or whatever. It can manifest as rape. It can manifest as you fucking somebody girl and they kissing you and killing your ass and all this. The actual part of it, the praying mantis aspect of it, or the dudes dying after having sex with her, is representing the dangers of unchecked sexual energy, because she was cool. Then when that shit possessed her, all of a sudden she started having wild promiscuous sex with all these different dudes and killing them afterwards. The killing part just represents the negative aspect of unchecked sexual energy, or how bad shit can go, or whatever. It can result in, as we all seen, just in life in general or whatever, how what sex can lead to or whatever. So that right there, when I saw that, I was like, okay, yeah, that goes with that whole the bad thing. 'Cause like I said, it took me a minute. I've seen this. I mean, as far as, like I said, 2017 is when I basically found out that we had preparatory rights that initiated us into having sex, which would prevent the sexual perversion that we or the sexual misconduct, for lack of a better way of putting it, that we deal with these days or whatever. But by us not having it, that's the reason why now everything is all fucked up. You know what I'm saying? As far as sexually speaking, you know what I'm saying? We don't know the proper time to introduce our youth into that part of the process of how it used to go. Now it's considered a crime or whatever. Give me 1 second, hold up. Yeah. So yeah, man. That's what the word is right there, though. Now, took me a minute to, like I said, this is the whole so when they tell you Jesus goes to hell to find a key, I'm doing it right now. I'm giving you the key. That's the key, not the one. I know it's other ramifications shit, but the key to trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Because anybody in their right mind, even if you never said it out loud, you at least sit and think like, well, where is this shit coming from? Some people don't do that though, because the average person don't really give a fuck. Now when some shit happen, they'll jump up and down. Oh, killing's a pedophile, and he did this, and this and this person is this and this. But don't nobody care enough to say, well, to actually put thought into trying to figure out, well, where is this shit coming from? What the fuck is going on? Why is it happening? Motherfuckers don't probably start thinking like that till it happened to one of their kids, or it happened to some shit like, or it hits close to home or whatever. But the average person don't just think and try to figure out these type of problems or whatever. And like I said, even society at large, because like I said, you have shit like, you have all this money being donated or supposedly being donated to figure out what's going on with cancer, this society and that society, but ain't nobody stop shit. Well, anybody ever think, well, maybe we should put some type of psychological evaluation facility up that they try to figure out the fuck's going on in the head of these people? And I'm not saying it don't happen. Maybe when they go to jail, they get some type of psychological evaluation or whatever. But whatever it is, we ain't seeing the results of it, or ain't nobody telling us, well, we're getting this out of them and this is that. It's just motherfuckers going to jail and coming home and registering and whatever. But ain't nobody really putting forth no effort of trying to make an attempt to, if possible, reverse this shit to some degree or whatever. And part of it, and that's the crazy part about it, because part of the thing of reversing it, or when you go to the solution that way we originally dealt with this, they've criminalized the element of that, which is the age thing or whatever. Like I said, it's not the initiation into and post puberty. We're not talking about niggas going out here and touching babies and shit and picking the fruit for its right, for lack of a better way of putting it. And we're not talking about a bunch of niggas trying to go. I say this is not the call for a bunch of niggas to come out the woodworks and start dating 16-year-olds and 14-year-olds and going and find these girls so you can. That's why I say, because the mind is corrupt these days. So we're not saying, because a lot of them motherfuckers will be trying to date the young girls because they feel they can manipulate them and use them and do whatever they can do. We ain't talking about that shit right there. That is not what we talking about. So this is not a call for niggas to, despite the fact that naturally speaking, it's not a crime or whatever. It may be a crime, but it go back to with the chick, which I got to go back to that too, the Irish jam thing. But it's like the lady said, fuck that, Bad Max. He said in the beginning of the shit too, when this shit, the world was taken over by men and their laws or whatever. So just because they make it a law, see, that's, you think, now you gotta think about it. You've been running around here, bashing people. I'm not talking about people who touch kids and shit. I'm talking about dudes who like younger girls who are of age though, or by our standards, which would be after the prepubescent, after the puberty thing, whatever. By our ancient standards, put it like that. And I don't want niggas thinking like I'm saying this because I'm personally want to go out there and date some young girl. That's not the case. I'm very much comfortable and willing and able. I'm just like I said when I put the arcade thing. Like, why I'm gonna put myself in a position where I can possibly go to jail over some sex when you got all these other legal women out here I can fuck with without having to worry about a motherfucker putting a nigga under the goddamn jail. You know what I'm saying? So I come from that, but I understand that we're the ones that's wrong because this shit makes all the sense in the world. What makes more sense? A society where you're actually trained and taught properly on how to. That's why they said the protection of the women and all that shit. A society where you have a actual institution that initiates you in the proper manner in a sense. Just like everything else. Don't we gotta, like I say, even you look at today, you gotta learn how to drive. You gotta learn how to drive. You gotta learn how to do everything. You got something to teach you how to do everything you're supposed to learn how to do except for sex. You have to figure, if the people don't tell you shit, you have to figure out through nudie books and sneaking and watch porn and shit like that. And we don't have no straight up, like I say, they teach you about the sex. Hey, that's bullshit. This is a vagina and this is a penis and the penis goes in the vagina and the egg and the sperm and the baby. And yeah. But you're supposed to actually go through the actual, to check the energy. So they give you that shit, and it's more psychological shit to that as well, but that's just, they give you the surface level. You actually have to go through the proper way of doing it, because that's how you check the energy. To keep that desire from festering inside of them to the point to where it'll cause them to do some irrational type shit. You have to release that or catch that and check it, whether it be, like I say, whether it be the elders initiating women into it, or maybe some societies had it to where which I would doubt, because hell, if it's two teenagers the same age and they both raised the same way, they both, now one of them know about sex, so it have to be, because I was finna say maybe they would introduce the teen and show them how to cooperate or whatever. But hell, if they both grew up the way they're supposed to, which is, in so many words, not being privy to sex like that or not being exposed to it, then they both have to be taught how the goddamn process go, the ramifications and what to do, the do's, the don'ts, the ins, the outs, or whatever. no pun intended. Um, um, Somebody would have to show them that. They would have to be initiated in that. Just like anything else in this world. For most shit, when you learn it, you have to be taught it by somebody older than you or your elders or whatever, because they were here first, just like us and the white man. We were here first. So everything he knew about civilization and living, he had to learn from us because we were already here. So when they came out of the caves or whatever and started living, or when the Moors went over there and educated whatever, they had to be taught by their mothers and fathers. Just like within the sexual initiation thing, you had to be taught by the elders or whatever on how to do that thing. Because while today you looking at it like you will see that as quote unquote pedophilia or whatever, or the way we've been trying to look at it is like fucked up. But so you tell it to the average person, they gonna just say, "Oh, that's nasty, that's pedophile." But when you go to the root of this shit and you understand what they was doing, and because that person would be stuck under the white man's vision, he's not getting it. He wouldn't be able to get it because he's so fixated on what this beast told him, the motherfucking Caucasian or whatever. He's constricted in his thinking. So a part of the process that would keep sexual crimes in check, the Caucasian, it took a part of the process that we used to do that and flipped it and turned that into a crime now or whatever. So when you call R. Kelly a pedophile, you call him whatever you call him your cultural pedophilia. And that's not the case. We are not pedophiles. That's the way life's supposed to go. That's Mother Nature. That's how Mother Nature intended it. Puberty, sexual energy come in, teach, check, and send them on their merry way to where they can go out in life and have a healthy sexual life or healthy sexual experience within life without all the fucking ramifications and headaches of the bullshit or whatever. As well as, because I'm telling you, a lot of the sick sexual shit that goes on is based off of pent up energy. Pent up sexual energy. Pent up sexual energy is dangerous. Don't believe me? Just look at two motherfuckers, the movies where, you know, motherfucker might be out on a date, but the whole while they might go on a 4 or 5 hour date. The whole while they've been wanting to have sex with each other that whole time, energy building up. By the time they get in the goddamn house, they like animals, right? Tearing all this old shit, knocking vases over and shit. Yeah, you have to look at it like that. That's a version of it. But the knocking of the vases over and stripping and ripping the clothes off and shit out of two willing participants who've been building up the sexual energy all since they've been on the date, that is also the same as a motherfucker with pent up energy throughout their whole life. If they don't find a proper way to exhaust that energy, it may very well come out in a fucked up way or whatever, or rape or whatever. It's a doozy, man. Like I said, all I can do is give y'all this information, and at least because I couldn't. It's only so long. Like I said, I figured this shit out in 2017. But obviously, this ain't the easiest shit to just come out and say or whatever. And even after explaining all this shit, it may very well still be some other motherfuckers somewhere with their faces frowned up. But I got the black and white right here. Let's see if we can get some more of this up in here. You don't give me 1 second. Alright, I got a little time there, yo, so I'll kick this off with y'all. Now let's go through it this way right here. This also pertains to the movie too, but Thus, the Arunta trace the origin of totemism in its sociological aspect to the rites of puberty that were adopted for the utility when the pre-human creatures were first changed into women and men by means of rites. These were first performed upon two women of the lizard totem. Well, I was just telling y'all about that lizard shit, but I need to find the other part. But anyway, one being described as the elder, the other as the younger sister. That goes to the land of the many mothers, and that's Furioso and the girls. That's the youngest, and the elders would be the OGs that they went to recruit for the fight. So the lizard is a sign of feminine pubescence, and especially the mother's totem in Africa and Australia. Hence, it was honored as the author of primitive marriage. The two women are the ancestors of the human race because they were the first two females to undergo the preparatory rite that changed them into totemic women fitted for social intercourse and communal connubium. This feminine duality evolved in the eschatology had been divinized as the Great Mother in mythology, both in Australia and in Africa. In the Osirian cult, Isis and Nephthys are at once the two mothers, the two sisters, the two wives of Osiris. Isis is the virgin mother, the blood mother, the one of the two who conceives but does not bring forth the child. I'll show you what that means. So, when all this energy right here goes up, this is Isis. Moon, the white light, all this shit is Isis too. All the goddesses are really just different aspects of Isis. But when they say she conceived but not bring forth, when she conceives, the conceiving, just like when you conceive of a thought, you formulate the thought in your head. This is the thought. When she's conceiving, all these come up and formulate or conceive right here, or created. The sun is created right here. So it's conceived. So she conceived it. Now to bring it forth, what they mean when they say that is when this drops, comes down, boom. When this comes up, bam, and then the earth shoots off the top. It's like it's pushing the baby out, or it's the bringer forth, or it's bringing forth. So the top or the top process is the conception or the conceiving, and then which in all actuality, the sun wouldn't be that big in comparison to the earth, but so you can look at that like the umbilical cord in the middle, but when the earth blows off the top of the sun, it's like she's pushing out. So the bottom part pushes or brings forth. Wow. This part, Isis, conceives or whatever. So let me see. See, like this shit here. Oh, all right, let me go. With the Nears of Malabar, whose manners are very primitive, the brothers obey their elder sisters. The Nears of Malabar. So I guess that's some type of tribe or whatever. It's like next to the mother, she is the ruler of the family. In former times, one great ceremonial occasion, the reigning prince himself yielded precedence to his eldest daughter. She was one of the only two women. The mother being the first person in the human family. The eldest sister was the second as next available for the sexual intercourse. And these became the mythical two women from the Australian natives claimed descent, from whom the Australian natives claim descent. So I guess this is like Australian culture or whatever. But these represent the female duality that brought on the mother blood. In some legends, the mother passes into the two ancestors as mother and sister instead of mother and daughter. So that's what I'm telling y'all. Even when you hear the word sisters, like sometimes, uh, uh, when you hear Bobby do that a lot, like when he referred to his girl, he'd be like, my sister, my sister. When he's saying his sister, he's not saying his biological sister. He's saying his girl or his sister. Like all those are sisters, but that's my sister. Okay, that's my girl or whatever. So he sisters or whatever, sister wives and all that. He don't have sister wives. He don't have sister wives. I don't want to get him in trouble with no shit like that. But I'm just saying, you know. Isis is designated the mother, and Neptys the sister. Demeter is the mother. Hey, Demeter Joe. Demeter is the mother, and Persephone, or Core, is the daughter. The two were often called the mother and daughter. It may seem a long way from the Greek mother and daughter to the Pelesian mythology, but as the form of feminine ancestors, they are originally the same in the human spirit. In the Australian ceremonies of initiation, there's what Howard terms the feminine duality of Ngalabal, and the wives of Daramulan. This female duality is the analog of the two sisters, Isis and Neptys, who were the two consorts of Horus or Osiris in the Egyptian mythos. These two sisters are the same two mothers of a typical child in Australia as in Africa. Darumalam, like Horus, is the child of two mothers. The Ngalabal dance says how it is rendered very effective through being preceded by the duality of the Ngalabal. Alright, I don't want to get some of this shit's going a little bit right off, but it's all relevant, but I'm just trying to stick to the shit that's relevant to our. But like I said, it said the wives of Osiris were also his sisters. Isis says to Osiris, I am thy double sister. This she was in two characters of Isis and Neptys because the great mother, Qua mother, duplicated into the two females as ancestresses. Hence, the double divine mother who was mentioned in the text. Not that Osiris was supposed to have married two blood sisters, but that the sisters was the earlier name for the wife because there was a totemic sisterhood corresponding to the totemic brotherhood. You see how that worked out? As they were saying, instead of saying he fucked with his blood sisters, his sisters, they consider his sisters because they're in the same tribe or the same totem, but they're not his blood sisters. He's saying they consider sisters because they're in the same, just like sororities and shit, Sarahs and Hoorahs or whatever that shit was coming. I guess the niggas is Alpha or Kappa or whatever the fuck. The feminine end of that, the girls would be their sisters and all that old shit. So, you know, this right here. Okay, I read that part. Let me see something before I get to that. I'll give you an example. Okay, now check this out. So the first two females were made into women by means of the opening rite, in which they were prepared for totemic connubium. One, as a matter of fact, so we put in that word, so we can be clear about what that word means. Connubium. Well, we have the other. It's the base word connubial, mean of marriage or the marriage state. Conjugal. Connubium, marriage, come together. Come means together plus nubera to marry. I guess that's other language. So marry together. So connubium, and that's really what sex is. Sex is actually marriage or whatever. Some goddamn preacher walking you up a fucking aisle don't mean too much of a hill of beans, really. Even though the process of that shit is backwards. The man is the active principle. So the man is supposed to be walking down the goddamn aisle. The aisle being the fallopian tube. Okay, but yeah, like I was saying, the man, the owl is supposed to be the fallopian tube. By the man being the active energy and the woman being the passive energy, she's supposed to be the one waiting at the owl like the egg waits for the sperm to get to it. The egg don't come to the sperm comes to the egg. But it's all a mix up though, because the man has on, so maybe it's showing some type of androgyny. I give him that much. The man sitting still at the, he's actually representing the woman's stand. He has on the black, light, masculine, dark, women, feminine. He's sitting still, so that's feminine. That's feminine. The woman is coming up the aisle. She's in white, light being masculine. Her dress has a trail. The trail is just like the sperm cell. That trail, just like the sperm cell has the train in the back. She has the train. So they got the woman doing the man thing and the man doing the woman thing or whatever, in the whole marriage thing. But really, marriage is just having sex actually. So coming together, copulating. That's really the technical meaning of it. And then you have the ceremony where it's supposed to bond you in and have you losing half your shit if you're a man. And that doesn't work. That shit ain't nothing but dollars. Hey, that's you could be married. Marriage is just actually being with your mate and keeping it real with him and shit. You don't have to, all the other shit's extra. A money grab at times. And a way for the cracker to control your nigga ass through that. Oh yeah, this is what I'm saying. They're talking about uh, baths or second baths, second baths or whatever. But I'll read the whole passage. There would have been two ancestries to the human race in the Hebrew Genesis if the legend had been properly reported. In the extra biblical tradition, Adam had two wives, Lilith and Chaba. But Lilith, the more mystical female of the two, has been damned by orthodoxy. That's Orthodox religion, that is, as a demonical destroyer of children. She who do not bring forth. In a more mystical phase, the female duality of nature was the female duality of nature was prepubescent and pubescent. It is mentioned here because the dogma of a virgin mother originated in this natural reality, and because the two divine women, Isis and Nephthys, also represent the virgin and the mother in this mythical character. Isis was the virgin and Nephthys was Matrona. Matrona, the virgin who conceived, and Matrona, who brought forth the child. Female nature of itself divided into two phases of girlhood and womanhood, the virgin and the mother, the one being the mother of blood, the other the milk mother of the child, such as the origin of a double motherhood which is personified in the Egyptian mythos. In one cult, the goddess Neith is the mother who conceives the child, and Sekhet is the bringer forth. Now, Neith was the mythical virgin, while Sekhet, which is another form of bath, because it's Sekhet or Sekhet bath, while Sekhet was the goddess of sexual passion. But in Osirian cult, the female duality was represented by Isis and the virgin Nephthys, the nurse. These are two human ancestries divinized, but not merely as two sisters in sociology. So that was just to give y'all a little joint on that Sekhet thing. But it's basically talking about the two different forms. And in all actuality, that would be, when you look at it in regular terms, that'd be your mother and your girl. So Isis would be your mother, or your girl. Well, your girl as well. It's so all over this. I don't know. Because actually, your girl becomes, so basically Isis and Nephthys is basically two aspects of a female, the light and dark side of the female or whatever. So when you get with a woman, her light side is her Isis and her Nephthys side is her dark side, or her feminine side, whatever, or whatnot. So you get that by she's you play the Osiris. That's what Osiris represents when you see him sitting in the middle of Isis and Nephthys or whatever. It's really the one with the two aspects of it. Each one of them represents an aspect of him, or however you want to put it. So yeah, man, go check out that Outer Limits episode with Alyssa Milano. I don't know the name of it, but I guess you put in Outer Limits Alyssa Milano, it'll come up, and you will see an example of what I was saying about, or example of the whole the bast energy, or bast energy, the sexual power or whatever, or sexual passion, I meant to say. Oh yeah, man. That's pretty much what I want to lay on y'all, man. And hopefully, like I said, you take that information, man, and it'd be helpful for those who have whose children or who have children that haven't went through puberty yet. Like I say, I don't. Today's society is not conducive to original way of doing things, which was the proper way of doing things, and which prevented all the shit that we. And that's funny how the spirit worked because it's the like I said, not we talking about after puberty. We ain't talking about dudes out here touching and molesting kids and shit. But we got people. We live in a society where the very process in which we would actually prevent sexual crime has been criminalized. They've criminalized the process that would keep sexual misdeeds from occurring or curtail them at the least or whatever to some degree or another. Because we live in a backward society. We're living based off of what the Caucasian gave us, and he's not even a fuck. He's a savage and without a goddamn pause. So all y'all have been beating R. Kelly up and all them niggas that died because they fucked a 16-year-old or something and probably went to jail and got beat to death or something happened to them. All that shit happened in vain. The crazy part about it, like, all that shit that nigga went through. So like when you look at it with the Leah situation, she just had a grown up, mature type of vibe about her. You could tell something special about her. But like I said, I think that when they, by that name, looking at that name, because I'm going to show you some other ritualistic shit they done too. She kicked their ass for that shit too. Yeah. I know y'all may think, well, that nigga just be talking. Nah, that nigga, Leah is a motherfucker, boy. Paul, she that bitch, nigga. I ain't gonna lie to you. I've seen it with my own eyes. Weather, fucking storm goddess. You're dead on your ass. Tsunami type shit. So this whole thing with her passing away, movies like Romeo Must Die, then just her career, as well as what they did to R. Kelly, all of that was I don't want to say nigga wake up call, but it's like they saw just her name alone puts her in an otherworldly box, right? And then they see her and him doing this throwback to our original culture, or doing something that wouldn't be considered or doing something that today would be considered or would be frowned on by society today, well, in our actuality was our original way of life, or wasn't necessarily frowned on or looked up on as some type of fucked up shit in our original state of mind, or when we was in our original culture. They see them doing that and they like, oh no. So they could, because this is what they do when they see shit like that, they attack that. So that could very well may be the reason she passed away, but she kicked the ass on the other end though. You believe that shit? And they locked R. Kelly up or whatever, or fuck ruined his career. They ain't lock him up. They ruined his image and his career. And now they got him locked up on some shit. I don't even know what that's about. I didn't really follow that, but it sounded like bullshit. The little shit I saw, like, I don't think that man got out of all that trouble just to go back to doing weird shit and to go to, or doing shit to get him put back in jail. He might couldn't read right, but I think that nigga know better shit than that. So who knows? But I will say that on his behalf, y'all serve that nigga a raw deal. Now, as far as him pissing on the girl or if it had whatever happened, I know that's some raunchy shit right there. So you know that's just being a freak though. But as far as the age thing, he kind of got y'all there. Not because I said so, but based off of our original way of living. Like I said, part of waking up is waking up, and part of waking up is realizing that you lived a totally different type of your cultural views is not of the Caucasian to a certain or whatever. Uh, there's certain things that or certain ways of life that are significant and important to us that we've been removed from and taught to look at in a derogatory manner when these are these things or these institutions or these aspects of culture were actually put in place to for our benefit as opposed to how we now view things or whatever. So and like I say, man, I might have to get back on here and I got another joint I want to drop because I know some other shit I'm forgetting I want to speak on. But when it comes to me, when I drop the other joint, I'll probably speak on this a little bit more when I see, conjure up my thoughts or whatever. But that's for right now, man. I'm gonna leave this right here, man. And something come to mind, we'll drop it on you. But like I said, man, really process what I'm saying and understand where I'm coming from when I say this shit. Like I said, this ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't trying to go out and start. I ain't no cult leader or no shit like that. I study occultism, OCCULT-ism, hidden culturism, which is just basically in so many words, deciphering science that's hidden within allegories and understanding the hidden part of life. Now, cult, CULT, is a group with some leader, got some niggas on a drinking Kool-Aid somewhere. I ain't trying to start no cult, tell you to bring your teams to me and none of that shit. I'm just giving you the science so you can, for one, so we can at least have some type of, it ain't gotta be today, tomorrow, next year, 5 years from now. I don't know how to deal with it, but so we can at least have some type of at least understanding that we're wrong and how we view this shit or whatever. So you can correct this shit or whatever. But yeah, just don't look at me like I'm coming for you. I ain't coming for nothing. I'm just giving you the info. I hope y'all and so you niggas can realize where you fucked up at, because like I said, y'all been here just like that. Who was that? Man, well, I can't remember what book that was. I think it was Miseducation of the Negro, where what's my boy name who wrote that? I forgot his name, but in the book he said, if the white man, he said, the black man is so under mind control. He ain't said no word, but I'm paraphrasing. He said that the white man will tell him, you can't come through the front door, you got to go through the back door. And if the black man goes to the back door and there is no back door, he'll create a back door to get in the back door. That's how y'all niggas is. Because it's like, okay, we understand. You looking at R. Kelly saying, okay, that's, even though knowing what we know now, that's our original culture. But okay, that's one thing. But these niggas, the building of the back door is when you have a nigga who's maybe 30 or something, and he's dating a 19-year-old or 20, or he's fucking with a 19-year-old, 18-year-old, 20, or any of these things that's considered legal by white man law. The building of the back door is the motherfucker that's even, you way off, because really, according to what I just broke down to you in this book right here, you really, really way off. Because like I said, you see, the elders was the ones introducing the those that was going through their preparatory rites into this shit. So you're already way off in criticizing your own culture. If you claim to be black or down or whatever you want to call it, you're already going against your own shit. And that's like, but even more so, even within the context of the rules that the Caucasians set, which is 18 and up or whatever. Now, if a nigga 30, he fucking with an 18-year-old, y'all still call a nigga pedophile, or still call him or point the finger. You can't necessarily say that because the white man don't consider it pedophilia. But you niggas still do it, and they still say, oh, when all actuality, man, look, if a nigga 50, and he want to fuck with a 20-year-old, that's legal. That's his business. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it work for him, it work for him. A lot of, like I say, you could be old and fucking with young girls, but a lot of times that don't work. It do sometimes, but a lot of times it don't work because if you dealing with a girl and she 18 or 19 and you 30, you done already clubbed and did all that shit. She ain't did all that shit yet. So a lot of shit that she may want to do or should experience in her young adult ages, that might conflict with where you at. You might be past that, but she like, you like, I'm ready to sit down and myself now. She like, I'm ready to go out and shake my ass or whatever. So that's a lot of times that shit don't even work anyway. It end up being what it is, and then you know what I'm saying, they go their own ways, or maybe not, but that's a factor or whatever. But that's the building of the back door. That's like taking this, like they already put that age cap on it that conflicts with our original cultural establishment of sexual education by putting that cap on it. But even with the cap, the 18, you niggas still pointing the finger. Now, I ain't gonna lie, if I've got a homeboy and all he fuck with is 18 and 19-year-olds and shit like that, now that's his business. But I'm at least asking the guy like, goddamn nigga, I ain't tripping, you know, I can't trip on a man for what he do is, like I said, unless he is fucking preteens and shit. Yeah, that's one, I ain't fucking with you if you doing that, but you fucking 18 and 19-year-olds, that's all you fucking with. I'm gonna be like, goddamn, bro, you scared of older women or something? Or I'm gonna ask at least something. I'm gonna at least ask, like, goddamn, my nigga, you that's all you know, cause I'm gonna start making jokes like, goddamn, nigga, you don't know how to talk to grown women yet? You know, you got one here and there and shit, but if it's just that's all you fucking with, that's just a major factor. Like I said, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with dating 18 and 19-year-olds. Let the general public say it is, but well, we'll take it to y'all, your white dad, your Caucasian pappy, as you want to call him. He says, all right, 18 and up. And you niggas still just like, well, he's 40, she's 20. Who gives a fuck? Is your dick going in her, or is he going in you? You know, I don't understand y'all, man. But like I said, I will say that though. Like, one of my homeboys steady fucking with, that's all he fuck with. I'm at least crack a joke on a nigga like, goddamn, bro. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying you can't fuck with those 20-year-olds and 19-year-olds and shit, but that's all you fucking with. I started thinking you don't know how to deal with older women or women your age or something. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you have that aspect of it, but, yeah. Well, let me get up out of here, man. I gotta make a few runs and shit. But I'll get back at y'all niggas shortly, man. So, be on the lookout for that next one. With that being said, I'm out this joint, man. Peace.